welcome to Roll with Advantage. Welcome to tonight's session of the Salamander Coast. I almost said the Tales of Evan. Very excited to be here. Very happy to be here. We have, of course, Evan is back as a guest player. Cameron is not here. He's going to be a little, unless he is here and I just didn't see him come in. No,
Not yet.
Not yet. So he's probably going to be a little late, but he should be with us on this fine evening. So let's go ahead and roll the intro and dive in. Yeah, this might be.
For what I'm fucking doing, but I'm trying every fucking day.
I would have never even met you.
Sure, it's a very lengthy repertoire. But
A powerful warrior, which, I definitely agree with you on, but
to watch two
We're
characters die.
there and here and everywhere all at once. Let's go ahead and dive in to the
Nice
session.
reference.
As is tradition here, we do summaries. I don't do the summary. I have the players do the summary. This week on summary is John. Oh, it's Gemma. I thought it was
What?
John because you were criticizing him earlier for how bad his summaries are.
I
No,
just
she
do
was just
that.
criticizing
You were
you
just doing that for
That
fun.
was just,
Okay.
that was just Gemma.
Just because
If you're tuning in, that's who she is.
You were looking at your summary and you were like, my summary's so fucking good. You know whose aren't? All right, Gemma, I'm gonna have such a scrutinizing eye with your summary this
Don't
time.
do that because she's long and I wasn't bothered to edit. So
I
what
just
you
want
get
you
is
to
what
know
get.
if you mess up any of these words.
I will. I can't speak, so that's
Yeah.
gonna happen.
Gemma already has a vocal deficiency because of her accent.
Jesus Christ.
I am just a deficient
Wow.
person. So, anyways,
Go
last
ahead.
session. Before heading to the pass bureau, the party does some brief shopping. There we go already. Ajax and Cecily getting some fish, and Bianca and Ajax tracking down. Sorry, I can't. I'm not professional.
Yeah, I'm the one that's bad at summaries. Yeah, that's me.
And Bianca and Ajax tracking down a potion shop that could help bolster Ajax's mind against charm effects. Security at the bureau was tight. Each member of the party individually questioned for their identity and their business, and all are able to easily pass until it was finally Suna's turn. Despite some help, the guard seems to see right through her alias and calls for the party's detainment. However, before things get too sticky, a man unknown to the party steps up, apparently wielding some of the Empress's authority, and claims to be with the party. With his help, the party is able to successfully gain the passes and join a caravan also traveling to the Cast cities. The man who the party would come to know as Renshi Katsukami joins them. On the journey, Renshi is able to more properly introduce himself. He is the master of the fifth elements. Oh, the fifth season, I'm sorry. A group that helps usher the world into new ages, or seasons. He had heard of the party and wanted to seek them out, knowing their stance against the Dark One. Renshi explains that he used to have two students, Yuki, the ill-fated love of Suna, and Jin, who was corrupted by the Dark One's influence. The student challenged Renshi one day for the Blade Season's Edge, an old and powerful relic used in the First War against the Dark One. Jin, however, was not alone, shadowed by one of the Forsaken Mezan Kelnos. And so Renshi chose to refuse the challenge, fleeing from the temple with the sword. As he left, he heard Mezan Kelnos chastise Jin for believing himself to be strong enough without the Dark One's gifts, and removes that choice from him now, corrupting Jin with that power. The result of which Renshi did not linger long enough to see. Knowing they share a common goal, they decide to work together, and the whole group spend some time planning how Empress Suan can be stopped. and see a potential for Suna as Suin's heir to play an important role in restabilizing the nation. The caravan stops for the night, and the party is able to use Carasel's divine sanctum to rest and also reunite with a little Kutoa. During the evening, Ajax heads out to a nearby lake, submerging himself and realizing that breath is another thing that his undead nature has taken from him. As he emerged, he found Carasel looking for him, and in their conversation, Carasel brings up what Anira had told her of Ajax being tainted by the Dark One. He talks of the unexplained things that have been happening to him of recent, and also wants to be sure that Carasel will use the balefire dagger Anira gave her, should things go too far, something that she agrees to do. He also asks that Carasel doesn't tell the rest of the party about his taintedness yet. During their night's watch, Cecily and Renshi come across Daichi Kobayashi, a poet and head of one of the Shiroi clans. He recognizes Renshi and talks about how he's going to the festival with work attributed to Kaiten, the founder of the 5th season. Under the impression that Renshi was alone, he offers his company, but when he's refused, leaves him with a little sweet instead. Once again by themselves, that's the little ship name. Cecily and Renshi talk, getting to know each other a little more, and Cecily also sharing some more information about the party. The peace, however, would not last long, as the Golden Oni Akuma, flanked by a pack of Orthorn, came upon the pair, unbeknownst to the party, who are, although not far, but rested within a pocket dimension of the Divine Sanctum. And there we go, that's that, woo!
That is that.
She was messy, but that's okay. That's what you get.
However, no, that's okay. It was great. Thank you so much, Gemma. So before we get there, as I said before, we are going to do a little bit of a flashback here within the Divine Sanctum itself, as all of you were eating dinner. So this is something that is happening specifically because of the events within Salamander, within Isles. Too many things, too many campaigns. So, as all of you are within the Divine Sanctum, Carasilla, you receive a message communicated through the sending spell from Emerald. As he says, Carasilla, I was wondering if you would be able to give me your location so I could teleport to it. I have news from the Forerunners in Ivarion that I'd very much like to share with you and your companions.
Alright. We're about a half days out of Nomirimura, near a lake.
Mm-hmm.
Within a sanctum though, so might step out for a moment. I don't know if you're then able to better know.
I have a general idea of the area. I'll be there in 20, 30 minutes with Sigurd and myself, as well as Logain. Carasilla know Logain? He's one of my students.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, he was the one that initiated her to the Hidden Flame.
Oh, okay,
so yeah.
all right, cool.
Bitch balefired her, it's great.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Brother. they got camaraderie there. Okay, cool. All right. So, Carasilla, you receive the message. Let the party know, or are you just gonna let the party be surprised?
No, she'll let them know.
Okay.
And yeah, when it gets like, I guess, closer to time, she'll pop out. Because she has to let him in, technically, so
Yeah, since he wasn't
pull them in.
initiated as a person and the whole thing. Yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
with that, Carasilla, you open the door, and 30 minutes later, you can see Emerald, Sigurd, and Logain are all there. The three of them walk in. Emerald gives a slight bow of his head to you and says, "Thank you so much. It has been a while since I've been within one of the divine sanctums of the Tower of Nubir Taman. I like what you've done with the place. It's quite nice. Cozy.
Thank you.
You're welcome." Sigurd, she nods respectively to you, and Cecily, you can see Sigurd look to you and smile, seeing you wear the armor and the way you're wearing the clothes that are traditional of Jormungandr. You can see it warms her heart. And Logain, as he passes you, Carasilla says, since he knows this, "Glad to see you're holding up quite well since the balefire. Don't have to do it again now, do I?" Joke.
No.
See, You see, he's just drained. He is whatever he went
Okay.
through in the past week has been hell for him. So with that, Emeril enters, accompanied by Sigrun and Logain, and he looks to all of you and says, "It's very nice to see all of you again, and in fact, another that I'm not quite so familiar with. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Sylvis Emeril. I promise I am an ally of the light. Well, I am. There is another version of me that has caused quite a bit of disturbance, but I promise you that I'm on your side. They can vouch for me." Speaking to you,
I
Renshi.
see. I'm Renshi Katsukami,
Master
of the 5th season.
of the 5th season, yes, of course. I didn't recognize you. You are so much younger than I thought you would be. It's a great honor to meet you. What you and your order did at the in the first war against the Shadow is an inspiration to all. So thank you for carrying on that mantle. It makes me feel better knowing that you accompany them.
I appreciate that. I'm sorry I don't recognize you.
That is all right. I spend a great deal of my life trying to cling to the shadows, whether it be for better or for worse. Can't get too much done if everybody everywhere you go knows your names.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Same to you. Sadly, I do not come with pleasantries and good tidings entirely. I have good news and bad news for all of you, and for once, in a very long time, the good news outweighs the bad, so if it's all right, I'd like to get the bad news out of the way first and foremost.
I think we're all ears.
Good. All right. Obviously, you know the life of an adventurer is fraught with worry, ruin, and imminent destruction around every turn. So hopefully when I say this, you do not worry too much and you trust your companions to the south. Currently, the Forerunners of Fate are headed towards the 9 Hells of Bator. You see, the daughter of Osmodeus and current Archdevil of the 9 Hells, Glacia, is attempting to usurp her father. Glacia herself is a Dark Friend, a servant of the Dark One, and is attempting to claim that throne to serve him, to bend the armies of the 9 Hells to his will of domination and destruction. Now, the Forerunners, I'm confident that they have it handled. They will handle this. The reason I bring it up is they have been at a bit of an impasse with who to elect as new leader of the 9 Hells. Now, I want to be clear that the name that I gave them, I know that this is probably not something you would ever want to do, but Bianca, considering your history with fiends and your ability at destroying them, I said that you could make a good fit, making it very clear that you would have no interest in it, but if they were truly struggling to find someone that they might ask you. I doubt that will happen, but I didn't want you to be surprised if it came up. I know.
Not gonna lie, I would say it's not my first choice, but it's not even my last choice. If they need assistance, we will figure out how to help them, but I can't promise that that's something I would volunteer to do.
No, I don't think it's anything anybody would volunteer. But right now, their options are Yorick, Eurydice, a fallen angel who currently rests within the astral sea known as the Radiant Dread, or Osmodeus himself. Because if there's one thing we know about him, he is at least not a Dark Friend. So, needless to say, they're a bit short on options, so I wanted to provide some assistance, even if it wouldn't be very useful.
I see.
So, that is the only bad news I bring, though. So, got the rough part out of the way. The rest of it, I promise, is good news on all fronts. So, the most important thing by far is the Forerunners, before descending into the abyss, not the abyss, the hells, before descending into the hells, they marched into the land that was once known as Hazran's Hollow, and they did destroy and kill Morchella. Another one of the Forsaken have fallen, struck down by balefire. She is no worry to the rest of us anymore. The land that was corrupted there, it cleanses itself now. And the land that, as I said, was once Hazran's Hollow is now renamed to Talamir. Which, in fact, I'm sad to see that he is not here currently with you. But your traveling companion, Poe, would have quite a strong connection to that land and that name. In fact, I believe that he would be closer in relation to Alec's grandmother than to Alec herself. So, just an interesting notion. So the land is cleansed. Corruption is fading, and Morchella is dead. Very good. Another one of the Forsaken destroyed. I believe, if my numbers are correct, that should be 4 gone. With Wicker, Anvarth, Morchella, and
Cassius.
And Cassius, yes, thank you. Thank you so much. A lot going through my mind right now. You wouldn't believe. And Cassius. And what I can say, I have, and Sigan and Logain, all 3 of us, we are very close to tracking down Ariman and Inodero. So hopefully by the time all of you finish up what you need to finish in Otarashi, there will only be 8 Forsaken left. That is good news number 1. Good news number 2, Ajax, I bring you very good news. With a request. After talking to Alaric about your condition a little bit more, I believe that I have a solution. This is something that will take time, but I believe it will give you your body back. It'll cleanse you of the corruption you currently experience. There is a spell that I believe all of you are familiar with. At least, Cecily, I know you are, considering that someone very close to you has used it before. The spell I reference is called Clone. It allows you to create a physical, exact copy of your body. And when the physical form that you currently reside in expires, for lack of a better word, your soul is transferred, all your memories, experiences, history, everything is transferred into the new form. I believe that that is our solution. Judging by what I see now, and what I saw back then, and what Alaric told me, we are incredibly confident that it's not your soul that is corrupted, Ajax. We believe that it's just the physical form that has been gripped by undeath. So, it'll take time for a body to grow from magical essence to, well, a full physical form that can be transferred to. It typically takes about a season. So, there are things that I can have my students do and that I can try myself to speed the process along, but I can't promise any faster than that. But it provides us an out. It is a ways down the line, but I think this will be the cause or the solution to your problem.
That's good news. That's great news.
Yes, very good, very good. The only thing is, I need you to give me your hand. Doesn't matter, left, right, whichever one you are more okay with losing. It requires a bit of flesh, and considering you don't have much left, a hand might be too much, but I would rather be safe than sorry. And I know that this is quite macabre what I'm going to say. Alaric gave me a spare one to give to you. So I take your hand. I begin the clone process with the spell, and then I have another hand that we can affix to your form, so that way you're not one-handed. I know it's quite macabre, but I think that it's probably the best way to do it, so you don't lose any of your fighting prowess.
If that is what needs to be done, then
Yes.
fine.
All right. It may hurt a bit, so just
It won't.
all right. Thigun, clean cut after all.
His left hand.
Okay, all right. So yeah, you kind of place your hand on top of the table with your wrist, so it's hanging off, and then Sigrun will just come over and sort of grip. She'll pull the axe that she has off of her back, sort of grip it tight, and she'll say, "I'm sorry that I have to do this." And
Fine.
we'll just heave. And Ajax, you are going to take some damage here. I don't need to roll for attack. So the axe. It's Sigrun. Da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Where's that other D12 at? Okay.
Should have got a weaker bitch to make this cut.
No,
And
because then it would have been clean.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Hey, there's no
Okay,
blood.
how
So
many
at least you
dice
don't
is
gotta
there?
clean up a mess, you know.
Yeah, I guess this is better than one of us being like,
Or
just like a bread
gonna
knife.
burn
Just
soul.
Okay, Ajax, you take 34 points of damage as clean cut right through the tendon. The hand stays, and you can feel yourself move a little bit from the swing of the
Did
axe.
you add like a smite in there? Damn. Like,
It's
She
just
hot, man.
It's just the weapon. It's just her.
she
axe
could have
that
used
she
a
had.
regular hand axe. Jesus
yeah.
Christ.
It had to
Nah,
sever.
the
Some of
clean
it was.
cut.
Wait, do you have radiant vulnerability?
Ooh. It doesn't say I do.
Okay, all right, cool. So we don't have to worry about that then, because that's a lot of it was.
Shit, you should have asked for Suni's Moonblade. Just fucking.
Okay.
What if that is radiant though?
Actually, I think the Moonblade is force. I think.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because I don't know how much like a laser sword it is. So the heave and Carosilla, you know that it won't affect anything, but your heart skips a beat for a moment as you see the blade almost make contact with your floor, but you can see she stops right before it hits. So no damage is done to any of your furniture in here. She's
That's a
conscientious of
mage.
that. So Emeril comes over, and you see he takes the hand and he puts it in a small satchel off to his bag, off to his side, and he will reach into the same bag and he'll pull out
The hand
like
of Vecna.
a bleach white bone skeletal claw. So please extend your hand once more.
He holds up his nub.
All right, I'm just going to grab your wrist here. So bear with me. Grab the wrist. Grab the hand, and I'll kind of put the two, like the bones together. And he
Just
will
like
cast.
a human hand. Is it disproportionate to my arm?
It's
Is it like a little tiny baby hand? on
Bending?
one
No,
side?
it's-
wing hand.
It is definitely bigger. It's not like built like a. Well, I mean, Leonin don't have
Oh, it's
paw
small hand.
hands because they couldn't hold things, you know.
I'm just saying proportionate.
It's
to
a little
my
bit smaller,
size.
but it's only noticeable if you stare really. Like if you do one of these, you know, it's kind of like.
It's like
You know.
when
I mean,
people
it
take
looks
those
like
little
if
tiny
you were
plastic
shaving it down,
hands and they
you know?
put them
I
like
want
right
it-
under.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
the little baby hand.
So he reattaches it, and you can see he casts what is taught to him by Alaric, that is a modified version.
Generate.
regenerate. Yeah. And you can see with that, as the spell dims, the sickly green light that enveloped, you can see it actually like causing the tendons to like lash towards each other, almost like how the venom symbiote moves, how it like lashes angrily together and then connects, and there's a strength there. That's what you see, like Ajax's corrupted, like decomposing tendons do. As Ajax, you raise up your arm, you can move it, and you can move your fingers. No problem. And he says, well, that was... I'm happy that it worked for you. I hope that I never have to do that ever again. Do not like this kind of magic.
Thought to me as
Well,
The whole time, Ajax hasn't made a noise. I just want it to be known he doesn't feel pain. So it's just like, oh, my hand's gone. All right, it's back.
whoops. Okay. Well, with that, let me see. Let Joe think real quick.
Okay.
There's anything else?
Was he gonna tell them about his tour or his little trial he's got to go through?
Oh, thank you. That is by far the more important thing. Also, that is like that's the reason why he came here. Wasn't for those two things. See, I'm glad that I thought about it. I'm glad that I opened it up to everybody being involved. And the final thing, and this is by far the most important thing I have to tell all of you. This is good news, but with a caveat. One of the Forerunners encouraged me to seek a different path. For especially high-ranking members of the Hidden Flame, and Carasilla, this is something you'll have to go through one day. They go through a trial where from their past, their present, and their future, they have to endure. They have to witness things. They have to see things that are hard, things that make them question their allegiance to the light and their pledge to this mission. It is a trial that I have never endured. And as all of you are aware, my memories are a mystery to me. The Forerunners have some idea as to why this is. One of them cast legend lore, targeting me. They learned that I am a creation of the darker Emerald. The one that does so much harm. Except when he made me, he wasn't quite lost yet. He created me as a failsafe if he did get corrupted. So I have many memories in my own mind that I refuse to seek because, I don't know, because I'm afraid, because I never felt like I had time to dwell on those memories because there were so many people that needed me. So, I will be enduring this trial. I do not know how long it will take me. What I do know is that I will get the cloning process started immediately, Ajax. So that's already in the works while I'm in this trial. This does mean, however, while I am in this trial, I cannot help you all. I cannot provide any assistance, any advice, anything. I know, and I am very thankful for the fact that as of now, you have not needed my assistance for much else other than teleportation or whatever information I can give you on things. I'm very thankful for that. But now, it is up to all of you to navigate on your own for the time being. As soon as I have discovered something, you and the Forerunners will know it immediately. But until then, I will be gone. So if you hear anything from anyone that claims to be me, looks like me, sounds like me, whether it be the Emerald wearing white and gold clothing. Do not trust it. I promise you. The trial will either be successful, and I will gain the information that I need, or I will not return from the trial. It was a detail I chose to omit from the Forerunners. And I realize now I probably should have admitted from all of you, but it's too late now. So, if there is anyone, whether it be everyone the Forsaken, or whether it be my creator, do not trust it. It is not me, I promise you that. All right?
Alright. Although, how long can we expect this trial to last? Weeks? Months?
When Zamir went through it, it took him 3 months. He was only outside of the trials for maybe an hour, but he was within them for quite some time. Now, Zamir, when he entered them, was experiencing much more conflict in his life and his inner being than I believe I am. I am sure in my mission. I am sure in my path. I just need some help filling out the blanks. So hopefully sooner, but some individuals have taken years, and some never return. But I'm confident. A month, maybe 2, hopefully less.
Well, good luck. And we do hope we see you soon. Really appreciate all your help so far, and I don't want this road to end here.
I agree. I have seen all of you grow considerably. For Bianca and Suni and Cecily. From seeing all of you first in Summer's Rest. You're in good hands. And you've grown to be able to defend yourselves probably better than I ever could have. So, in case I do not return, it has been a great honor fighting beside all of you against the shadow for the light. And for you specifically, Cecily, I am sorry our trainings never continued on past what they were. But, as it turned out, you did not need a teacher like me. I think you were better off for it.
I don't know, dude. Sometimes people are meant to show you something so you can figure it out on your own. You didn't do nothing.
Thank you. That is all I have for all of you. Good luck in Altarashi. And I hope to see all of you again very soon.
Be safe, Royal.
He'll nod. Siggern and Loghain will give their departing glances to all of you. They will exit out of the hidden sanctum, or the divine sanctum, and outside the doors, energy envelops them as they vanish away, leaving behind all of you. And the truth is just given you. But with that, now we will jump ahead.
Something. Oni. Boom.
Something. 2 PCs dead.
This just in.
Hey,
Breaking
also-
news, Arashi.
Sorry for being late. But also I don't want to be the only one without my camera on. Would it fuck things up too much if I switch it on real quick? I can wait until break if that'd be better.
Yeah, at break we can do that.
Okay.
All right. So with
Don't worry,
that,
Cameron, they'll die pretty quick.
yeah, we'll be on
Yeah, it's gonna be breaking 10 minutes.
pretty fast.
Y'all be great.
Okay. We just need an illuminated Sunni. There he is. Look at that boy. All right. So let's go ahead and dive into it, I suppose, right? Let me go ahead and remove the combatants here. As
You know,
Cecily and
this is
Renshi, go ahead and roll for initiative.
This
Right.
is worse than I remembered.
I remember it well.
Yeah, in my head, I was like, I'll hide behind the cabin at the end of my turn. Bitch, where? They're in a circle. All right.
Yeah, for some reason I thought they were more in a clump, like down here.
Yeah.
And I was like, yes, clump. We love clumps.
It's unfortunate, you know.
I
All
could have
those AoE
clumped them
spells
up,
and
man.
line spells.
Yeah, all my lines and spears.
I mean, you could just run over here and hit him with this. You know what I'm saying? Just
Yeah.
right?
And then just
Okay.
be stuck over there. That sounds great.
Frenchie will save you.
Yeah.
He's a cool guy.
Frenchie
Alrighty.
has 2 more HP than me. He can take a more,
Beginning of
Wait, does
combat.
Frenchie actually have 2 more HP than you?
Yes.
He's a fighter.
Low con, everybody. Here we
My
go.
con is 16, baby. Ha!
All right.
Hold up, before
Here-
we start, how do you see
Crazy.
initiative? I like never.
Oh, up at the
Yeah,
top
cover.
left hand or right hand corner, there's like the
Swords.
little chat messages, the swords. You can right click on those to get a pop out of it.
Oh, I see. Nice.
And then you can
Awesome.
have the chat and the combat tracker up at the same time.
My HP should also not be 51. It's
Yeah, I was
Okay.
wondering. Some people aren't at full.
yeah. I think mine just did not pull the sheet
the
from
thing.
D&D
Okay, you're
Beyond.
right. Let
'Cause
me-
I'm definitely at 86.
Because it
Joe-
should auto update, but
Yeah.
sometimes
I have
it
a
do be weird.
question.
Yeah, what's up?
We haven't slept since I got my arm cut off, right?
True.
Damn. Fucking cigarette.
Damn.
God damn it.
That bitch, why'd she have to hit so hard?
Yeah, what
Okay.
the fuck?
God, she could have just
Okay.
chopped, but instead she had to fillet.
And
Ka-chow.
with that, Akuma is first.
Who did what now?
So Akuma simply will move forward. Movement's 40 feet.
Hello?
Going to step up right next to you, Renshi, and look to the two of you. And is going to speak.
I like to use this to keep my gold safe. But I suppose in this scenario, it will do.
As Akuma is going to place his hand up against the door, and he is going to cast Arcane Lock.
Yeah! 2v7, baby! We got this!
Is that not just locking the physical door though? Because like the
What
other
do you think
door
the
would
word
be,
arcane
like,
means? It's
No,
locked, baby.
it's locking
But it's
the Morden. It's locking the Divine Sanctum door.
okay.
I
rough,
did a lot of
okay.
research on this before we got to this point. All right.
No, I believe it.
Because for
Hell
most
yeah.
scenarios, casting Arcane Lock on Mordenkainen's Magnificent Sanctum, or Magnificent Mansion, which is a modified version of the spell you have, is useless because the door already has Arcane Lock on it intrinsically as part of the spell. But the thing is, somebody else can cast Arcane Lock on the door to prevent people from getting out.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Because it prevents
Can
the
you
door
still
from being
drop the
opened or
spell?
closed. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Can you still drop the spell?
I mean, if I know.
Prevent you from dropping the spell,
If
or
you
Yeah,
know.
because the door's
Okay,
invisible when
okay.
it's closed. I should stop. I will let you do this.
Yeah. Well, that is not an issue either. He does have true
Probably
sight.
true
It's
sight.
invisible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. As this particular Oni with the curses he has, or the gifts he has, the curses he would give to others. His thing is True Sight. True Sight and
Good luck.
gold.
Good luck, guys.
It's over for us.
You guys
Okay.
for themselves.
wake up in the morning and continue
like
our
you really-
mission. That's dope.
Mark, we can start coordinating our next characters. It'll be great.
Yeah.
That is
And for my
his turn. Okay, it is now
for
the
my
orphan's
next
turn.
move, I make a monk. Jesus Christ.
The orphan, because it can see you, Cecily,
Mm-hmm.
is going to make an infernal crossbow shot.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll a d6 for me.
Ooh. That's to decide what bolt he uses to ram in my face.
It's a 20 to hit, by the way.
Hey, that hits. Okay.
Okay.
And that's a 1.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. We got a +8 in those. That was a 16. That's probably a failure.
That is a failure. Ooh. Ooh, Cecily, no.
Is this a paralyzing?
We'll get to it in a second.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, there's damage on top of the whatever the bonus shit is.
Okay, Cecily, you are gonna take as the bolt slams into your into your back as he's shooting it from behind you. It pierces into your shoulder, and you can feel the searing from the bolt as you take 14 points initially. And then you can hear the bolt begin to burn and then crack as there is this blast of acid within the bolt itself that shatters and goes all over your back, dripping down to your leg as you take an additional 19 points of acid damage.
Yeah, okay. What was the first type as well?
The first type was
That'd
just piercing damage.
piercing?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll take the full piercing. I'm definitely going to half that acid with absorb element. So that would be 19 down to 10. And then, what'd you say? 6-ish?
Four,
So it was
14.
Yeah. Okay.
14 points of piercing, and then 19 halved to
Cool.
8.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Okay.
So I'll take that. Boom.
Boom.
64 HP. I'm fine.
All right. Next up on the turn order, we have Renshi.
I'm still so behind on this. But okay, so Joe.
Yeah.
Renshi has been in Atarashi for a long time.
True.
What would he know about Oni, Orthon, and possibly Akuma?
So Oni specifically, Akuma is a type of Oni. He's like an ascendant Oni, where he did such horrible things in life. He now has accentuated powers because of it. So Onis by themselves, you know that they don't necessarily have any resistances or vulnerabilities inherent to them. They can regenerate their wounds at the beginning of each of their turns, and typically they have some form of spell casting. Akuma specifically, Akuma's primary sin was greed. That is why you literally see him dripping with molten gold right now, wherever he goes. So what you would know of Akuma is Akuma typically can be swayed with wealth or the promise of it. Just depends. How big is the bounty on all of you? So, Orphans are the bounty hunters of the 9 hells. So I don't know how much knowledge Renshi would have on them specifically. I think he would know that they do go into death throes where they literally explode upon death. And their crossbows are magically enhanced to deliver different types of damage randomly. Gifts from the hells. But I'd say that's about it. Hopefully that was helpful.
Yeah.
That's the type of yeah that means no.
Okay, I don't know if this is a good idea.
Okay.
Evan, I just want to let you know that all my strategy is out the window.
Yeah,
Nothing I thought of is gonna work.
I have some moves, but I think some of the moves don't work the way that I thought they did, so it may not work out.
Just try it. Whatever you're thinking, just try it. We'll roll with it.
Oh, okay. Except it could put me in a really bad situation, so that's what I'm worried about.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Okay, let's just do it.
There we go.
We are just gonna do it, and if it ends up with me pulling a Liam like the first time, then that's how it's gonna have to go.
Hey, let's go.
So, Renshi is going to unsheath his blade, and he's going to kind of spin into a phase step to go to this Orthon.
Okay.
Which should be in range. It's exactly in range.
Yep.
30.
Yep.
He'll go here.
Yep.
I'm assuming because he's phase step, there is no attack of
you're good.
opportunity
You're
here
good.
to
Yeah.
teleport.
Yep.
Okay. So, what I want to do here is screw it. I'm just gonna go ahead and attack.
Nice.
Go ahead and attack.
Was your face step the one that caused damage?
I'm in the spring form right now,
Oh.
so no, it's not, unfortunately.
20 hits.
Okay. That does not seem right. Oh wait, yeah, it does seem right.
16 points of damage, okay.
16. With see here. You know what? I'm gonna unload on this person. I'm gonna attack again.
Nice, dude. Yeah, because you do have 3 attacks right now, which is crazy. 15 misses, sadly.
All right. And he will swish around to try one more.
Oh, come on.
18.
18 hits.
All right. And then we'll do this.
15 points of damage. Nice.
All right, 1 second. Okay, sorry, it's taking me a second. You all will think I'm crazy, but I'm gonna move.
Okay.
Do you, boo?
I mean, yeah, I don't know what Renshi does. That'd be unfounded if I thought it.
Where you going, Evan?
Never mind, I'm gonna stay. Sorry.
Well, now I think you're fucking crazy.
Okay, all right.
Then I'm gonna move.
Oh, okay.
What the
Oh god.
Where you going? Okay, all right. The Orphan will take an attack of opportunity against you as you run away. Dagger. Oh. Dirty 20 to hit.
Yeah, it hits.
Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw for me.
How about a 17?
17 just succeeds, Evan. Good job. You still take 10 points of slashing damage from the dagger itself, but you resist the poison effect. You can see that coats the blade.
Okay. And I'm going to sit right here.
Okay. Back near Akuma. Sounds good to me. All right. It is the orphans that you were just at turn. These orphans have been hired to fight the party before. They do not know Renshi, but they do know Cecily. So this one is going to stay right here. It's going to take a shot at Cecily. Cecily, go ahead and roll a d6 for me.
Okay.
That is a 19 to hit.
What do you know? Hits again. Ooh, a 6. I'm sure that's better than a 1.
Okay, so Cecily, you'll take, actually, I think this is broken, TBH, because it shouldn't roll the same amount of damage twice. No, it should not. So, okay, I see. It was just doing the average always. Let me just fix that real quick. Piercing. There we go. Okay, and then I will roll the damage again. Okay, so now that it's rolling, there's an opportunity to go lower, but that'll just be 16 points of damage on the bolt. And as it embeds into you, the rest of the bolt fades away, and you can feel the tip stay there and just sort of dissolve into your skin. But it has no effect right now that you can tell or ascertain.
Hate that.
The Orphan will then, as a bonus action, turn invisible. And we'll move there. Cecile.
All right. I have multiple questions. I will keep this efficient. Number 1.
Okay.
As a fellow magic-y person, can Cecily tell whether or not Akuma is concentrating? I do not wish to metagame. I just want to, like...
No,
would
you're
she
fine.
be able to know?
You're fine. Yeah, you can look at him and see there is no visible evidence of concentration on his face.
Okay. So, if she knows that Arcane Lock is not concentration, then that will definitely change the course of action here.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna have to obviously figure out how to get in there. Now I'm wondering, even if the door is magically locked, if it can still be broken the fuck down. I don't know how much room there is to do such a thing. Because I have two options here.
Mm-hmm.
One is... Oh, I forgot question 2. Is he big enough that I'm in his attack range, Akuma?
Sadly, you are Cecily.
Yeah, I figured I'd ask.
Yeah.
Okay. So, option 1 is to move in such a way that I remain in that attack radius. Plant myself somewhere around there. And then I can just Cone of Cold in this direction and hit at least those two and maybe the third one. Option 2 is to summon Bigby's hand and just try to grab the door and rip it off. I'm not sure. I don't want to waste my turn if that's not going to work. Is the thing. So I'm deliberating.
So you don't waste your turn. I don't believe that would work because the sanctum door is a different door than the door to the cabin. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're fucked 5 ways to Sunday. Okay. Well, in that case, it's time to do a rare Cecily move and deal AoE damage. So I'm gonna just like run over Renshi like that, I guess.
Okay.
Just kind of stay in that 10-foot range, and then let me get the cone template. I need a 60-foot cone, and I'm thinking I might even back up a little bit, honestly.
Yeah, get close.
Yeah, because I mean I'm already in his range, so
Yeah.
like, you know, whatever.
What can it hurt?
I can. It's not letting me grab the cone again, but oh wait, no, there we go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot it. I'm gonna angle it that way. I don't know how to turn it. I want to angle it up a little bit.
Angle it.
that I'm-
Okay.
Yeah, so
I
I'm,
get you.
I'm hitting that row and not this row. You know what I mean? Oh, I
Yeah.
drew another cone. Whoops. Let's ignore that.
That is okay. So that will for both of them. They'll both fail, so they both take full damage. Sadly, there is not a third Orphan in there.
Okay, that's fine. I'm also gonna meta magic empower, and I'm allowed to use a second meta magic with that empower. So I'm also gonna transmute because she would remember that both of these creatures are probably resistant or immune to cold. So instead of using Cone of Cold, I'm gonna use Cone of Sparky.
Nice.
Cool. Let's go. All right, a measly 26, but we can work on this.
Yeah. 3 1s. Woo.
I can work with this. House has good bones. There's 3 1s and a 3, so -6. So now it's 20 plus 4d8, or no, yeah, 4d8. 20 plus fuck. Hold up. 20 plus 48.
Okay. All right.
So now it's up to 41.
41 points. Of
41
damage.
lightning.
That ain't nothing to scoff at. Oh, that was not
Cool.
what I meant to do. I hit the buttons in the wrong order. There we go. That's better.
Cool. That makes a little more sense.
Alrighty.
And she is going to, I guess, yell, even though we're 5 feet away, to Renshi. Hey, these dudes explode when they die? Just watch out! How the fuck are we getting that door open? Cool. That's it. I'm out of stuff.
Okay. Alrighty. Now the slaughter begins. Okay. So
Yeah.
the Oni will go and will run up here and will make, for one, it will regenerate Tin Hutchpa at the beginning of its turn.
Awesome.
And then it will make 2 glaive attacks against you, Cecily, getting the extra d6 on there from the flanking.
Okay.
First attack. 22.
Uh-huh.
Shoot. Damage, normal. 20 points of damage.
Okay, cool.
Second attack.
Mm-hmm.
18 to hit.
Yeah.
14 points of damage. That's lower.
Yeah. That's also how much health I have left.
That is, it says you're near death.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean, okay. I thought you meant like you took.
No, I have 4. Yeah, I now have 14 left.
Got it. That's the end of that Oni's turn. This Oni's turn now.
Mm-hmm.
These Onis are not as fast as the other Onis, or as Akuma. So 30 feet. He is going to hold his action to cast a spell.
Yeah.
Orthan's turn.
Yep.
Is going to move 30 feet this way. Renshi, it's going to make a shot against you. Go ahead and roll a d6.
Thank you for sharing the love.
It's all love. Okay.
I love that we've gotten a new arrow every single time.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun.
Why are you doing this to me? I didn't edit it on all of them, so now I gotta do it manually. Come the fuck on, bro.
All right. Renshi, you will take 19 points of piercing damage. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Ooh, that's silly. I also need you to make dexterity saving throw. Go to Reddit first.
Oh, is it a kablammy?
Not totally.
I'm gonna use a point of luck. That was a 5. That was a 14. Didn't matter.
And then Renshi, where's yours? Dexterity saving throw?
Six.
Okay, Renshi, you take an additional 5 points of radiant damage. And both of you are blinded. As the bolt impacts Renshi, there is this flashbang concussion that happens as both of you have this radiant powder hazing your eyes. You cannot see anything. So attack rolls against you have advantage, your attacks have disadvantage, and you automatically fail ability checks that require sight. Not saving throws, ability checks. Another Orphan's turn. It's going to run here. It's going to shoot a bolt at Renshi. Renshi, go ahead and roll a d6 for me. It's a 24 to hit. Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, fuck. It keeps doing the
Flashbang through the door. Flashbang through the door.
+3. Okay, Renshi, you take plus an extra d10 from the... You guys are already blinded. You don't need to make the saving throws. Oh my god, Renshi, you take 25 points of damage. Okay. Let's see. Let me check something real quick. We're gonna hold it. All right, that's the end of its turns. Akuma.
Hello.
Okay. Akuma is going to... Cecily's looking really rough. He's going to look to Renshi, actually. And he's going to make 2 glaive attacks against Renshi. Renshi, glaive attack number 1. This is flanking.
Hold up. Am I able to, Sorry, one sec.
No, you're good. You're good.
I want to go ahead and use some seasonal insight.
Oh.
And as a reaction to an attack, I want to go ahead and impose disadvantage on at least the first one.
All right. Sounds good. Disadvantage on the first one. Gonna be a big old miss with a 14 to hit on Renshi. Second attack. 1d6 normal. That is going to be a dirty 20 to hit Renshi.
And it does.
And then Renshi, that is going to be 15 points of slashing damage. Okay, with both of you looking incredibly rough, Akuma is going to look to the other Oni and say, this Oni right here that was holding concentration, and will say,
Now, these are the bottom chips we need.
And with that, the Oni is going to cast Sleep.
Oh. This will be the first time Renshi has ever slept.
Wait, can Renshi sleep? He's an elf.
Yeah, he's immune to sleep.
I think
I'll
quite
just
literally
have
an elf
that.
sling is
What is it called? The 1,000-mile stare. What is that called? I'll just stare indefinitely.
No, I think you.
I
actually
mean, or
can't
maybe they're
magically
just
be
a little
put to
bit
sleep.
stupid and Renchi's fine. Maybe he can act the part, infiltrate.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe they are.
regardless, I want to resort to talking to him if it ends up getting to that point.
Okay, well, he will cast it still. Cecily, you do fall asleep. So
I'm a
you
human.
are considered just unconscious for the time being. We'll just say that. Actually, wait, I think there's a sleeping thing. Oh, yeah, there is. Oop, I sleep.
Yep.
The little Z's. Thank you guys for pointing that out. They were trying to do this in a way that was the least bloody, but...
Yeah.
Oh, well. So with that, that is the end of Akuma's turn as they see Cecily fall over. You can see they immediately, Renchi, they immediately begin to reach over to pick up Cecily, like by the scruff of her neck. As we move on to another Orthan's turn. It's going to move 30 feet here. Crossbow, Renchi, roll a d6.
All right.
5 to hit.
Let's see. Wow, nothing new.
Consistency.
Jesus.
At least you know now. So that will be... The only downside is it's an extra d10 of damage, which I know you're probably not excited for.
Well, it depends on.
Okay, Renchi, that'll be 21 points of damage.
I'm gone. Well,
Okay.
when I'm reduced to 0, I can come back to 1.
Oh! Yeah, that's right.
I won't.
Are you-
I will. I will.
Okay.
I will.
Out of spite? That's a great idea, Renchi, because it is your turn. You are
Yeah.
blinded,
And at 1 HP.
and at 1 HP.
Oh my god.
Okay, the
Welcome back to
pressure
SCM.
is wild now. But I was going to talk, and maybe I should because I'm blind. It's just not a good situation. All right. Enough of this, Akuma. What is it that you want?
He's a little vain. He'll participate.
I want you to provide gifts for my master. You be pitiful to him now. But considering you're moving with her and the rest of them, you are exactly what we need. I propose an option to you since you're so ready to talk. You either come with us, breathing, or we see you bleed out to the cart. Which do you prefer, Master Wrench?
I will choose to breathe, but only so I can live long enough to see those behind that door slay you and all your friends.
Oh. As he laughs, Renchi, you see him stop chortling for a moment and just, with this wild haymaker, swing and poof, knock into your jaw as you fall down onto the ground, unconscious. And with that, as Akuma grips on to the scruff of Cecily's neck and picks her up and begins to move, no knowledge of what is happening on the inside of the cabin. Another Oni comes over to you, Renshi, and scoops you up. You are having these passing visions of consciousness. Walk throughout the camp. All of the campfires dim, no one out and about. However, you do see guards. Guards. They should stop the Oni, right? They don't. They look to the Oni. They nod. Dark friends, of course, always. Everywhere. The last thing you remember is you and Cecily thrown into a cart. As you fade out of consciousness for the last time, you can see there are two other individuals in here with you. There is an Earth Genasi man, for one, currently wearing warrior's armor. His beard is like moss along his cheeks and jaw. And then also, you see an older elven woman, her face just barely beginning to wrinkle and wearing very, very fine clothes, very wealthy. You can see both of them are also unconscious as you enter as well. But with that, vision goes black. And in a strange early turn of events, we're actually going to go ahead and take a break right there. We're going to take a break. We're going to take a little bit of time. And when we come back from the break, I have a feeling things might get a little intense. So, we are going to hop to a break right now, and we will be back in just a little bit.
Hot.
Sam's not back yet.
Here we are.
Oh my god! Why did you do that? Oh my god!
Glad we got that on stream.
So you saw leave the body. Damn.
Oh, I didn't know you were home. Holy shit! Please go on.
Dude, if that wasn't Luca, Felicity was dead.
Well,
Oh, he even brought.
Just got back on stream when that happened.
Yeah. You can catch it
Oh.
live.
I
It's so
love
funny.
you.
You froze up. You were like,
He like
Just
slowly
left.
moved it and then like poked his head through, and I was like, "Holy shit!"
That would
Love you.
scare the living shit out of
Oh
me.
my, it did. Sorry, let's play the game.
man.
Sorry.
I love that. That was the move.
Okay. All right. So, diving back in where we left off, our group of adventurers, after having a brief conversation with Emeril about the activities of the Forerunners of Fate in the southern portion of Eridane near Tarkir and Iverion, and then informing them about his new quest that he will be going on in hopes to find some type of answer in this unending war against the Shadow. Something that hopefully may be able to help, and if nothing else, will at least be able to find answers that will help himself, but preferably help other people. So, with that, that is where we're going to go ahead and dive back. Cameron!
Overlay
I just
brocade it.
fixed the
Yeah.
overlay.
you just fixed it. Felicity's head is split in two.
Yeah, it
on the stream.
What's new?
That's
All right, and he's back now.
manifest.
Back.
Felicity has a really
Now.
long nose right now because her eyes are nuts.
I can't even see the stream right now. That's my nose.
I mean, Joe's mostly fine. He's just low.
Yeah. I'll stand on my tippy toes.
Stand up a little bit. Yeah, yeah.
So, diving, I'll really work out my calf muscles here. So, as we dive back in, they have their conversation with Emerald. Then we jump back to the future, the present, really. And we witness Renshi and Cecily try their best. But sadly, in this scenario, it just was not good enough as they were outnumbered. And they were not killed, they were not slaughtered, but they were taken captive. For whatever reason, specifically, it's unknown. All Renshi and Cecily were able to overhear was that it was a bargaining chip, something to satiate their master. So, with that, that is where we're going to go ahead and dive in. Actually, no. I'm going to join as Kayla real quick on her computer until Cameron can get back. So at least the overlay is correct. So give me just one moment.
Okay, that's a good call though.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, big brain.
Pretty
So
smart.
for
pretty
anyone
smart.
who's seen Twisted by Starkid, I put a thing in the Twitch chat. This is all your fault, Cameron. What I mean is, this is all your fault, Jafar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's funny. I laugh.
Thank
This is
you.
all your fault, Far.
Fuck
Love it.
you. Fuck you. Oh my god,
I just-
Kayla.
I love that.
God, her video also needs to be on there, doesn't it?
Can-
Yeah, it does.
You need camera.
Or maybe it doesn't.
Oh no, I'm waiting to see.
Okay.
Oh, it does. Okay.
Now you guys just have Lady, not Rainicorn on your team. Okay.
Eventually, Cecily and Renshi are they're gonna hear. Oh, good, you're awake.
You're finally awake.
All right. Disaster averted. Kinda, eventually. So, that is where we're going to go ahead and pick up as combat comes to an end. Now, here's the thing. Since all of you were doing watches, that was about halfway throughout their first watch. So, after about another hour, Ajax, being the one who is always awake, it would be strange that after, I'd say, an hour and a half, that they don't come back in. So, Ajax, being the only one that is awake right now, what do you want to do?
Ajax has definitely been downstairs, just kind of, I guess, for lack of a better term, chilling. Eventually, after a while, Ajax would get suspicious and go to the door to go look outside to check on them.
Okay.
Does the door open?
So let me check the. Did you go to open it? Doesn't budge.
Tries again. I think it's not going to help, but tries again. And he can't. There's no window, right? There's not a little peephole like a hotel. I can't like look out of it. No.
Sadly, no. So, Ajax, you can attempt to break the door or break the arcane lock. Actually, wait. No, you can't, because the door, the Magnificent Mansion does not have a DC to lockpick it or break it open. It just is locked. So you actually cannot, because arcane lock increases the DC by 10. Unless you cast the spell knock, but nobody has that.
So like a really shitty door, you know, Ajax is gonna grab the handle, lift up a little bit, and then try to push and see if it opens. And then it doesn't. So Ajax is very, very, very worried. He's going to run up to Caracella's room and knock on the door.
I mean, she would also be down, and she'd be trancing towards the back, right where the brazier is.
Okay. Then Ajax is gonna walk over and say,
I need your assistance. Your door will not open, and they have not returned.
When she does wake, I will say she looks like she's about to reach for something, but then as you keep speaking, she will relax. What do you mean they haven't returned?
Cecily and Renji, they have not returned. It's been an hour or so past their watch. I went to go check on them, and the door will not open.
I mean, there should be nothing stopping you, and she'll go over and try and open it herself.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. You go to open it. Doesn't budge. Caracella,
Did you
being
lock it?
the arbiter, the creator of this sanctum, you can see these faint traces of golden arcane magic that seem to have veins of corruption within them. Whatever magic is locking this door is not you're doing. It is not connected to the sanctum at all. It is an exterior force that would need to be dispelled.
I think we should wake the others. It's not of my doing. Something else.
Can you undo it? Can you open the door?
I can't open the door. Not currently. Like I said, we need to wake the others up. I'd hate for them to still be asleep. But we can still get out.
Then we need
Just
to do it
lose a second.
quickly.
And she'll go up, knock people's doors. Magic Kuto will also help. Yeah, beautiful. Love them.
Like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and just get everyone gathered at that bottom floor, and then she will just, I guess, drop the spell. And so everyone should just poof. I imagine it's like right at the doorstep of the actual like cabin door. But yeah. And I guess actually, hold on. Explain the situation to people as well. Basically, just what Ajax said. But I think it's probably best as we look for where they are. I don't know what would have locked it, but I can't imagine it's too much of a coincidence.
Yeah, and Carasilla, just as you say that and you drop the spell, the truth of the situation is very clear when you exit out of the Divine Sanctum.
They're still there?
They are not still there, but
Okay,
there
that's better.
are very clear signs of Cecily casting magic. There is a cone of cold, the very obvious pattern. You can see that some of the ice is beginning to melt away from the warm summer's evening air, but you can see blood right near the campfire, so much of it. You can see bolts that had splintered and cracked, and you can even see what looks to be a plethora of gold coins that lay on the ground. They are very rough in shape, almost more like solid gold blobs as opposed to like specific coins, but they are circular. No face on them at all. They're just flat gold. But the gold coins, signs of a fight, blood, magic. A fight happened here. And it looks as though the two of your companions lost.
Ajax is going to immediately go into survival mode. I want him to look for tracks, direction, where they were.
I like to
Blood trail, yeah.
assist with that because I do have advantage when tracking fiends. But it seems like, I mean, without being too meta about it, it's probably like whether they're dead or alive, the bodies were taken because they're not there, right? Like there's no sign of like disintegration, you know, like they're dust in the wind or something like that.
Yeah.
No, we know. Just
Also,
I'd like to assist if you're picking up on any sort of devil themed stuff. I can help.
Yes. Okay, so you and Ajax can either make your... Actually, you guys should probably make your own checks because Bianca, you already have advantage, and then Ajax, you can just make a straight roll.
Okay.
Is it investigation or perception?
This would be survival as you are tracking down, as you're trying to search for tracks.
Thank you.
Okay. And real quick, just for flavor here, who woke up Suni?
I mean, I feel like Ajax went and woke up everybody while Carasilla was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on with the door.
So, Suni, how would you react to Ajax waking you up?
Probably not with like a scream necessarily, but definitely like a jolt awake and grabbed his moonblade and like kind of held it up to you for a second. Not necessarily like to attack you, but just as a first instinct defensively. And then he'll see that it's you and slowly move his hand down and just say, sorry.
Ajax doesn't actually seem to like. I feel like in this moment, since we were in this sanctum, he was in like, I gotta go wake everyone up. I'm doing it fast. He doesn't really recognize what you did, and when you say sorry, he just goes,
We have a problem. Wake up.
and he goes to the next person, and he says the same thing and the same thing.
Ready? Ajax, as you do go to step out of Suni's room, there is this faint whisper on the wind. You're not sure if it's within your own head or from Suni himself, but you just hear, monster.
He stops in the hallway, looks around a little bit, and then just goes to Bianca's room to wake her up.
All right, continuing one by one, waking the rest of everybody up. And that all of you descend outside of the sanctum, and you begin your search. Bianca, you are following the blood, specifically of the wounded orphans. You know that orphans, their blood, although they are creatures from the hells, their blood runs incredibly cold. So when it drips onto the ground, it actually causes like frozen puddles of crimson wherever they go. You follow that, but those blood tracks seem to run thin after a while, and you're unable to continue to follow them to their end. However, Ajax, you are an expert at tracking, as for many, many, many months before you encountered the party, that was what you did. You tracked down dark friends or people that you believed were responsible to what happened to Amelia, and you hunted them. And that is exactly what you're doing now. You move throughout the area. Are all of you trying to stay off of the road and more so stick to the forested sides, or are you just kind of throwing caution to the wind and just going for it?
I mean, we're like wanted. So like if we get caught, we can't help them. So maybe through the foresty area, just so we're not I mean, I know is it still night? It's night.
It is,
right?
very much so, yeah.
Okay, so it's not like we're going to be running into like crowds of people or anything. So I don't know what
But
you
we
guys
do know
think.
there's the other camps around here as well, and so
Yeah.
like if we want to be like a little bit more quiet, and
Yeah.
if you guys are tracking, the rest of us can be just like keeping an eye out.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that no one's like, coming at us or anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Suni, you were going to say something?
Just feel like you have a way to speak with plants, and I just forget if that's true or not. So I'm trying to find where that might have been from.
I think it's on the swords.
That's what I thought too.
Maybe just like a class thing for like ancient spells.
I will say
Yeah, it's on the
that
sword.
Ajax is definitely like super focused on following this trail. So unless someone says something to him about the disguise thing, he's like a hound dog sniffing the scent and going for it. Like he's
I don't think we're disguising. I think we're just kind of staying within not right on the road. So we're not like la 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 la.
It's from the primordial prosthesis. The new arm you made for Suni, that's what it's from.
Oh, okay, cool.
If Ajax is refusing to stay off the road, Bianca would redirect him to be in the trees and stuff.
But imagine the trail's like on the road though, right? Because the owners were just strolling by.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little concerning.
Yeah.
And we also couldn't be that far away either.
Yeah.
So, Ajax, you continue to follow the tracks, and you are able to do so until where you believe they end. Suni, were you going to cast Speak with Animals in that time?
Or is it Speak with Animals, or is it Speak with Plants?
Oh, Speak with Plants. Speak with Plants, sorry.
Okay, just make sure I was reading the right spell. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. I don't think I've had a chance to do that yet.
Okay.
You plants with 30 feet around you with limited sentence. Okay, I was just to make sure it's not like a number of questions or anything like that. Okay, so yeah, I guess just in the area, and he would find a nice like tree that was facing like all of the. I know, like I guess as Ajax is following this trail, I guess something that would have been able to see the vicinity of the battle, like a
Yes.
tree or something. I
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
can see that there are these in this area near the karst. There are these very, very long, tall, skinny trees that they would have a really
Mhm.
good vision of the surrounding area. So, press your hand up against it. What does it look like when you cast it through the arm guard?
I imagine a lot of it's like a scaly male kind of arm guard, right? So I kind of imagine they kind of like flutter a little bit, and it's like kind of like the hues of like green energy kind of come off of it, and some of like vines kind of pop through it and around his hand and kind of wrap around the tree that he's trying to speak to, and kind of transfer that connection between the two of them.
All right. What do you ask it?
He will say, hello, friend. Two of my companions were here, and it seems like something terrible has happened. Did you happen to see what happened to them?
The tree responds.
We have seen evil walk past us. The cursed ones walk. They carry two with them.
Alive?
You can see the tree thinks for a moment, as if trying to understand what alive looks like on a humanoid, and says,
This, I believe, is true.
Still breathing. Chests moving up and down.
They did move. They did move.
Do you know who these cursed ones were? Any names? Please, I don't know fucking names, I'm sure.
One, we do know. Cursed, he was by us. He tore my brother's root and sin to fuel his lust of gold. Akuma is his name. He killed so many, but chooses to spare your companions. Be thankful.
Do you know why he chose that?
We do not know why. We do not know where. They traveled towards the rocks that tower over us. They put them in a cart. They departed, heading for the rocks that tower over us.
Is there any other wisdom that you could impart, or any other details that you may have noticed?
We know Akuma is a rat. He will eat gold like your kind eat berries. You may be able to use this to your advantage. Should your paths cross again.
Juni will bow his head and say, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. And then he will pull the vines back into the arm guard and end the connection.
Okay, alrighty. Do just that. You can tell the tree, although it spoke in a way that was rather harsh, it was not bothered by your communion with it. As you retract, Ajax, You continue to follow the tracks, and you see they end at a cart. You can see, however, as you approach, there are 2 guards that stand at the back of the cart, sort of waiting and looking. As you approach, are you trying to hide yourself from these guards, or is anyone from the party trying to stop Ajax from approaching these guards?
I mean, Bianca was already trying to make sure Ajax wasn't, like, you were already steering him.
Yeah, just before we were like, when we were like tracking and everything. But I mean, if the guards are at the cart that the trail leads to, I don't know if we should like be bothered about hiding ourselves like they have Cecily and Remchi, to what we understand. So we should just.
Well, if we're in the forest, right? Like we're kind of like off the path for a little bit. Ajax will say,
I can disguise myself and talk to them.
If you think speaking with them is the best option, we know they were attacked. And we know with what Suni said, they were cursed ones. Tracks of Orthan and Oni and Forsaken. I don't know.
Those are just guards.
At the cart. I mean, if you want to talk to them, sure.
Wait, real quick. The cart's not still there, right? It just like it leads to like cart tracks or something, or
No, it's a cart. There are 2 guards standing in front of a cart.
I could try to get information.
I think it's the best lead that we have. If you're able to, we should.
Just wait for my signal if they are against us.
and Ajax uses the ring to turn back into Ralph.
Okay. Alrighty.
And he will not walk up nonchalantly. He'll kind of walk up like with a brisk pace as though he is looking for somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And he will say,
I'm sorry, I seem to have lost my friends. I was following them, and do you know where they are?
You can see the two guards sort of look to each other, each one of them sharing a glance when you can see the one on the left, looks to be an elven woman, long black hair that sort of comes out of the helmet that she has on top of her head, protecting her face, says, I'm sorry, sir, we have not seen anyone for the past hour since you.
And you saw someone within the last hour?
No, we only just got here. An hour ago. We take watches and shifts during the night to make sure the goods are protected.
does she seem to be telling the truth?
Make an insight check.
Come on, Ajax, don't let me down.
Okay. 21, as far as you can tell, she's telling the truth.
Have we seen this cart before? Or this is just a random cart?
There are a lot of carts in this caravan. I mean, Ajax is kind of smart, but I don't know if he's memorized every single cart that is in a 200 caravan long caravan train kind of. I don't know if he's on that spectrum of smart.
The ones that you took on their shift, the ones prior, did they see anybody? Did they inform you of anyone? I'm looking for a young girl and a Eldrin man.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I am.
So it wouldn't be disguised.
Yeah, that wouldn't be discussed.
I'm sorry, sir. The guards didn't report anything out of the ordinary to us.
He looks towards the other guard.
And you just got here as well an hour ago.
Yes, we both traded shifts together. I'm sorry, we can inform the central cart where most of the guards are stationed to search for
Do you
your
know
friends.
whose cart this is?
Yes, this is Lady Suzuki's cart. She's one of the most famous tavern and inn owners, and not just Shiroi, but all of Adarashi. She likes to keep her refined ales and liquors under extreme lock and key. Me personally, I think it's a bit much, but when you make as much money as her, I suppose you get to decide where the guards go.
The tracks are leading straight to this cart.
Yeah.
The tracks that we followed from where they got taken.
Correct.
Just a 100% be sure.
Yeah.
Very well. Do you know where I can find this lady Suzuki? Maybe they were speaking with her and they traveled to her camp.
You can see the elf woman speaks up. I'm sorry, sir. I don't exactly feel comfortable telling you where one of the clan leaders of Shiroi's camp is. You have to understand how that looks. I mean, I understand you're in a hurry to find your friends, but if anybody can find them, it's well, the guard camp.
All right, Joe. I want to... Ajax is like trying to peer into their soul. Are they making any moves that seem like they're being dishonest, or they're withholding information, anything like that?
Make another insight check. Okay. Yeah.
Ooh. I was just gonna say, while Ajax is like peering into their souls and questioning them, so the tracks lead to this cart, but is there any sign looking like around and in the forest, and as they're staying concealed, does Bianca see any signs of any other tracks moving away from the cart in any direction? Like they just decided to like dump the cart and skedaddle?
Yeah, go ahead and make make a stealth check as you're attempting to get closer to the guards within the forest. And then after that, go ahead and make a investigation check. 11, okay.
Oof. That was so close to being not poop. And then survival. Is that still made with advantage then, since it's...
Yeah, you're looking for traces of the fiend specifically. 17 and a 14, so 17. Okay, so Ajax, for one, you believe beyond a shadow of a doubt that these people are both telling the truth. However, they are getting very nervous. You can see their bodies starting to tense up. You're asking a lot of questions. You're applying a lot of pressure. You're giving them red flags. You can see that they're ready to draw their weapons if you don't back down or if you get more aggressive. However, with their heightened sense, Bianca, as you are sneaking throughout the forest, attempting to find something, you do eventually find what look to be orphan tracks. You can tell from the size of the footfalls in the earth, and you can tell from the small trickles of blood that leaked out. However, as soon as you find those tracks, twig.
Yeah.
The male guard immediately looks over to the side. Wait, who's there? And you can see he picks one of the torches off the cart and begins to walk towards shining the light. And as the torchlight shines into the trees, you see he immediately makes eye contact with you, Bianca, and pulls the sword out from his scabbard and says, "Halt! Stop right there! Come out of the woods!
Yeah,
right
she'll
now!"
Since Ajax hasn't been aggressive with them from what she perceives, she'll just have her hands up and then come out of the woods.
It's about to be hammer time, that's all I'm saying.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you look like Bianca right now, right?
Yeah.
All right, over here. And he'll kind of direct you to stand, about 10 feet away. Do you have any weapons on you?
Yes.
Put them on the ground. You can see
Can
the
Ajax
other.
say something?
Yes, the female guard that's standing closer to you, Ajax will draw her sword as well, not pointed at you, but looking over towards Bianca, and will look to you, Ajax, and say, "Sir, please back up."
Very well. We don't want any trouble. She's from my camp. We're just looking for our friend.
You two are together. Then why is she skulking around in the dark? And
I'm
she
sorry.
points the sword to you then, Ajax. Both of you have questions that we need answered. I'd like... you can see it's just the two of them. And maybe
Please lower
60
your
or
weapon.
70 feet away, there is what looks to be a patrol of guards coming towards the...
Okay, I have a thing. All right, so can I tell which direction those tracks were going in that she picked up on before she got caught?
Yeah, you could.
Okay, if Ajax could get close enough to Bianca as they're like, now being corralled with the weapons pointed at them, I would like to cast darkness, take Ajax's hand, and then bolt towards that direction of the tracks.
Okay.
Hopefully it's in the woods.
Cards are gonna be on us.
Okay.
You have a better idea? This is my idea, okay?
Yep, I do have a better idea.
No, not hammer
But it's
time!
evil.
Not hammer time! That was my
it
idea.
Gets us out.
When
This got us
when
out.
I see this darkness thing happen, can I use my telekinesis to make more rustling in the opposite direction to just seem like there's even more, just trying to overwhelm all their senses,
Okay. Sure. So
like rustling bushes. Just...
Yeah. Suni, go ahead and make a performance check for me to see if you can effectively rustle the bushes in a way that sounds
In fact,
realistic.
I'll go a step further, and I'll hold my moonblade 30 feet away and turn it on and cut a couple of branches and turn it off.
Yeah, sure. It's still just a straight roll, but yeah, it adds to the flavor.
No, I'm not. Yeah, just
Joe,
Little-
could I non-lethally hammer somebody?
With those hammers, no.
Can I non-lethally punch somebody and knock them out?
With these guards, it would probably take 5 or 6 hits.
We have a reputation to uphold. Ajax. Word does not
Okay.
take long to travel over the pond.
And then I need Ajax and Bianca to both make stealth checks
Okay.
with advantage since you're concealed in the darkness.
Thank God.
And I can see in the darkness because of my hammers. They let me see in magical darkness.
That's great, because Bianca was just living with a prayer. What the fuck are my rolls?
y'all are doing great.
I'm telling you, it's hammer time. It's hammer time.
Stop it!
Let me have this.
No!
Okay, so Bianca, you cast darkness. Both of the guards yell.
Wait, you know what? I'm using Persephone. I'm like, I feel like I got a thing for this. Fate's Decree. Fucking hell. I'm re-rolling, I think.
Okay.
Attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. That's an ability check, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It is. Yep.
Please. Is it with advantage or just re-rolled?
What does it say?
When you or a creature can see within 30 feet, you make or saving throw. You can grant a re-roll of that dice.
Grant a reroll of that dice. So yeah, it's just the straight roll.
Okay, that's fine. Still something.
Come on.
Come on.
Ooh.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm tripping this guard as we.
I will say, because we could definitely tell that shit's going wrong.
Yeah.
Carousel would start to move forward, and she's gonna shift wave because, remembering back from when, we were told about the bounties. Obviously, they have our names, but they had descriptions as well.
Yeah.
And hers was just Gleeman and the gauntlet, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Gleeman,
so
Children of the Light, or Children of the Flame.
yeah. So she would shift wave quickly, but she'd
Okay.
get over there and she'd be ready to cast Mass Suggestion.
God bless.
I don't know if she could also see where the other guards are as well.
Well, yes. So what you
Okay.
see, so this is something that you do as soon as darkness hits, right? Or were you hoping to try and do this before?
I mean, I'd say she probably wouldn't be able to get it off before because
Okay.
all this happened real quickly and they're still a little bit of distance away. That's why I didn't want to say anything.
Okay.
But yeah, probably after the darkness hits would be when she gets there.
Okay. Darkness hits. Bianca, you run, you grab Ajax. The two of you run together, headed towards the right. However, as effective as the noise is, sadly, Bianca, you end up running in the darkness yourself. You have the vision, but your blood pressure is incredibly high. You're trying to keep your nerves cool, but it's just not enough. As you begin to run, and you actually end up tumbling and falling a bit as Ajax, not on purpose, leaves you behind, but just runs past you a bit as you begin rumbling and tumbling. As the male guard is enveloped in the darkness, hears you, points the sword in your direction, and both of them now start yelling, "Stop! Drop this madness right now! What's happening?" And making a little bit more of a commotion. As Carasilla, you're able to move through. They're still in the darkness. They can't see anything. So Carasilla, you begin to approach. They don't see you. The other guards are far enough away where they don't seem to notice this panic yet. But the torch went out. At least that's what it looks like to them, right? In the pitch black, torch went out when darkness was cast. What are you doing, Carasilla?
Okay, well, if they're still in the dark, it's awkward because I have to be able to see them. But, so, just to confirm, the other section of guards doesn't seem to be alerting yet, right?
Not yet. Very close.
Okay. Everything relies on sight. Oh, that makes this awkward.
I really hate it when I cast darkness here in a second.
I could drop it. I think I can drop it. But Bianca's just on
I
the
mean, I don't think Bianca would be in the state to do it. So,
You don't know what she's doing. Yeah.
I wasn't expecting. Okay, actually, you know what? Seeing
do I
that this is probably a diversion, these guards currently have no idea what the shit's happening. The other camp, they don't know, but they're probably gonna know soon. And so probably also hearing Bianca's little fuck up over there. Right now, I think the best. Yeah. Right now, I think the best thing, because she cannot see them, and yeah, is she is just going to kind of help with the distraction. I think she's gonna overshoot where she's going. Like, she's going towards the guards. She's gonna go past, and she is going to cast. Oh, fuck! How big a feet again? It's like 20 meters, I think. That's decently far, and I guess it's shrubs. Yeah, just like off out into the tree line. She's gonna cast at the maximum range of 60 feet. I think that's like 20 meters. She's gonna cast Shatter, just to absolutely overpower any other noises that is happening, and hopefully give them a bit more time to get away.
Okay, yeah. So, easy enough. Shatter is loud enough that boom, it's heard off in the distance. The guards that were 70, 80 feet away, they immediately begin to mobilize and move off in that direction, as do the other two guards begin to move off in that direction. As Bianca is able to, you can hear her scatter up and into the trees, into a little bit more of concealed darkness with Ajax. So, Carasilla, they are off, hidden away for now. Did you want to do anything on top of that, or just get them away from the cart?
She's gonna focus on getting them away right now.
Okay.
And provided she's in range, and was, I think, because Bianca definitely got the lower stealth, so Kessel would just send a message to her, and just ask, "You good? What happened?"
They became aggressive to Ajax. They saw me while I was trying to track. I threw up darkness to run, and I tripped. It's been going really great. I do know where the tracks lead, though, now, if we want to move that direction. It's away from the guards, right, Joe?
Yep.
Yeah, so she'll say whatever cardinal direction that is. If we head that way, that's where the tracks lead next.
Okay.
She'll send a second. Do we trust the guards? Are we just getting out?
I don't think the guards had anything to do with it, based off the conversation with Ajax. I think they were just investigating this cart that was left behind. But they won't be able to trust us as we are wanted, so.
How long does darkness last?
I don't know.
Probably like a minute, right?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Look at that. But yeah, Carousel would be moving over to try and get over to where Bianca and hopefully Ajax is as well. And would kind of signal to Suni to do the same.
Okay. I will say, as Carasili, you move in that direction to move closer to them, the cart is currently unguarded, since the other two guards ran off in that direction. So as you are
So it's
passing
good
by...
investigator.
What kind of card is it? Is it something you can look into easy, or is it like locked up or some shit?
Yeah, it's locked up, steel cage. Not steel cage, like steel-clad cart.
So no peekies.
No peekies.
I'd have to open it, and I can't do that.
No peekies.
I could
Uh,
peek inside with true sight. I just have to get pretty close, or blind sight.
Okay,
whatever it's called.
actually, what she'll do
I'm gonna echolocate the object.
is, yeah, she'll echolocate. No, she just wants to quickly just put her ear to the cart, because we know they're alive and they're probably injured, so she's hoping that she'd be able to hear their breath if it's like a little rasp, a little anything. Does she hear any signs of life within?
As you put your ear up against it, go ahead and make a perception check with advantage.
I'll roll this twice because I know that gets mad. That was once.
Uno,
That is twice.
dos,
Okay, let's
18.
I guess.
You do not hear anything within the cart at all. With a 15, you're confident that if there was somebody breathing or moving in there, you could hear it.
Okay. Not sure if that's good or a bad thing, but it's just gonna, continue to scramble to catch the others.
Alrighty.
While we're all in whatever area we are, Suni will use a divine sense just to get a sniff of the area.
Mm-hmm. So within that area that divine sense activates in, which I believe is 30 feet, 30 or 60?
feet.
Yeah, 30.
30.
There are no demons or devils or undead, or
Other than Ajax.
other than Ajax. Yeah, Ajax is the only stank you get in this area.
I'm stinky individual.
Take a bath.
He
So-
just did.
I did.
With that, cuffs, or you sense out, and you do not sense anything negative, positive, or at all aside from Ajax behind you. So all of you reconvene. As you do, Bianca, you have a pretty good idea of where those tracks go. And Carasilla, with your vague idea that nothing is in that cart, at least nothing is moving in that cart, you receive a message, each one of you. Sort of all finally next to each other, and thinking about your next steps, your next moves, what you're going to do, you hear a voice speak into each one of your heads as it echoes and reverberates. Your friends are not here.
Ziggy!
They are gone. They are already half of the way to Kazanaka. I will make this very easy for you. A trade. We will give you back the master of the way of the 5th season and the daughter of Tyr. In return, you give us the daughter of the Empress. We know she is with you, and I know soon you can hear this. It's easy. You can save your friends, or, just like Yuki, you can let them die. The choice is yours. In 1 day's time, you will meet us in the Misthaven bathhouse in Kanzanaka. If by tomorrow night you are not there, they both will die. The choice is yours. As the message cuts out, you can see Suna shaking her head, immediately says, I'll do it. If we can't find them, I'll do it.
Hold on. Okay, one step at a time. We could probably figure this out. We know where they are. They're both very capable people. They're not helpless. Let's continue on and keep thinking of a plan. We don't have to jump to conclusions so quickly.
I know, but I'm just saying. If we can't, if they can't, I'll do it. And this isn't me asking for all of your permission to do it. It's me telling you I'm going to do it. Okay?
And that's fair, but this is us telling you that there will be another way.
I hope so.
There will be.
Suna,
We need to keep moving.
we do, but also we have to remember what value you bring to your country. Obviously, I want to give you all the autonomy in the world, but it's not a choice that only affects you. We don't have to decide anything right now, but I just needed to say that.
She doesn't say anything.
Yeah. Wait, I have nothing else. I'll just keep on following. So the tracks we found are leading in the direction of... Is it Tsutsukage? Is that the city that they said?
No, they said Kazanaka. So Kazanaka is the smaller car city that leads to the big one.
Okay.
So the only way you can get from one to the other is by going to Kazanaka first.
Okay.
As you follow the tracks that are there, however, the Orphan tracks specifically, eventually maybe 120 feet away, you can see there are these distinct scorch marks in the ground where it seems as though they have returned to the Hells.
And wait, it was in 2 days' time that we're meant to meet them there?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
Do the tracks of the orphans just end?
Yeah, there are these very large scorch marks in the ground where it seems as though they were pulled back to the Nine Hells.
So it would only be the Onis that are with them.
Correct.
But yeah, I think honestly we should probably keep going with the tracks and abandon the caravan. Because if
The
they've
Orthan
seen
tracks
people...
end.
Yeah, we hit it.
Yeah, no, but like keep going like on the way to the city, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where they told us.
Yeah. So not like tracking them down per se, but like try and stay ahead of where the caravan is, because I don't, especially after having to make such a commotion, and yeah, I worry that getting linked back to us, because that wasn't a great look. And also, I guess if we do push on faster, then maybe we'll have more time to kind of figure out a plan.
So,
yeah.
And let me just clarify, just because it may have been forgotten from the last time we played, the only way that all of you know to get to Kazenaka is to take the Great Lift of Kazenaka, where that's how everybody gets to the city. They all load into this huge elevator in the side of the karst that takes them up. The only other way to get there is what Anira told you by going through the outlaw city in the very back, and taking the hidden passages that lead up by foot. But that would
But we
probably...
can still go legally, right? We don't need to be in the caravan for that.
I mean, the only time it goes up is when the caravan shows up. So legally, no, but it will be the caravan there.
Right.
You can stow away.
Well, the caravan moves at a good speed, right?
Yeah, it'll be there tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I'm just worried about them connecting things to us and getting us arrested is the only thing. So do we still want to stay with them then, or...?
Well, the only person they saw that was a part of our caravan that they knew was Ralph. So...
But they know we're with him, so even if we have our
Right.
disguises...
Whoops.
And if we just pick different disguises, then our passes are null and void.
Still time for hammer time. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I guess we could.
Those guards are dead. They
So we
can't tell
got
anybody
two
about us.
options. Okay, we got an evil option, then a more evil option. Okay, we got two options here. We go up the, the route of the...
The elevator?
No, not... well, we can sneak onto the elevator. That's okay, that's the third evil option. we could go up the outlaw route, we could sneak onto the elevator, or we find a camp of someone else's caravan, kill them all, take their passes, and disguise ourselves as them.
Jesus!
How long has it... That's true. Yeah, we should do that one if this one... Joe, how long is it? Are they still walking around in darkness right now, or has it been like...
That's over.
It was only that one spot.
They probably already headed back and told people. Damn it, we should have did hammer time.
That wouldn't have helped anything! You shouldn't have said you knew Bianca! I was like, I just gotta get out of here, and then Ralph's like, that's my friend, Bianca. And now we're
Aren't you
fucked.
glad? Aren't you glad this is the group coming to save us, Evan? This is really...
Oh yeah.
Look, we're not... Well, the
Look,
group's
wait.
pretty good at politics. Ajax is not...
How many times can Carasilla cast Dimension Door? And can she just Dimension Door?
Hey!
It's only one other person.
Yeah,
Yes,
I don't think
it's
it's gonna
back and forth trips. I'm sorry, I don't know answers.
How
Anyone
far away
flying?
are we from those guards, Joe?
Those guards, 150, 200 feet.
Can we see them at all?
What
Yeah,
do you want to
kinda.
do?
I just want to see if they've walked off, if they've gone and told the other guards.
The two guards that you were talking to returned to their post, guarding the cart that all of you had, the two of you had investigated. The rest, however, have moved past the group of 5 or 6. They are the ones heading back to the post.
This is perfect.
Okay,
We-
okay.
It's like Metal
Wait.
Gear Solid. They were like, huh?
I have another
So then
crazy
the wind.
idea.
and they went
I
back.
have maybe an actual reasonable idea, just real quick.
Okay,
All right.
good. Because I have another
I'm
crazy
listening.
Obviously,
idea.
it's linked to Ralph, but we could always just stay with the caravan and try and lie our way out. You know, if we
Yeah.
really play up identities and be like, man, that Bianca's with them, that's really scary, yo. Are they like impersonating us or something? Should we worry about that? Like, if we just kind of, you know, play dumb, still go along, because like I feel like going a stealth route and doing the whole
Wait.
criminal thing is just overcomplicating things.
Because Ajax, I know it's not great, but you can disguise yourself as either Shalar Renar, whatever Cecily's character was.
Shalarian,
Shalarian Manarian, or as Remchi.
Oh well, Renchi I feel like would be the better option.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm about 4 feet taller than both of them.
All we need to do, bro, is
We
get
just
you
get the back
in
and
the
get rid.
cart.
Yeah.
We just need to
No
get you in
one's
the
touching
cart.
you, it's fine.
Look, I know we've been on this subject for a while. This is the last thing I'll say on it. If we kill these 2 guards and just hide their body, we don't have to worry about
No.
any of this shit.
That's making things worse. I seriously think, like, even if you wanted to say as
No.
Ralph.
How?
What do you mean?
How does that
God
make
is
sense?
telling us that's a
The
bad
other
idea.
guards, the other 7 of them that heard the shatter and talked to the other 2 that are headed back to the guard post now?
I thought you said they went back to their post near the cart.
No, they're heading towards the guard post. So the two that you had talked to went back to their post by the cart. There was a group of 6 or 7 more that came running after Karasilla cast Shatter. So those 2 groups of guards exchanged words. So
I think
leaving any of them dead, that's
Karasilla-
going to make things worse. I think we just lie our way out of it. We play it safe for a couple of days, like it's 2 days to this
Alright,
card
Ajax
and
isn't
then
gonna
we're
talk
fine.
for the next 2 days.
Neither is Bianca. Karasilla, you better work, bitch. Like,
And I'm telling you right now, if this plan goes awry, it's hammer time. That's all I'm saying.
swear to God, I'm gonna hammer time your fucking face, John.
We're fine. Okay, so yeah,
Okay.
we're just gonna rush quickly back to the cabins. No sanctum, sols fam. And we're just gonna like act like we're sleeping, like everything's fine, like play innocent, just in case like they start trying like search around because there was like a lot of shit happening. And then we lie. And then live, hopefully.
Wait, Ajax kicks dirt over all the blood and shit and removes any of the.
I'll do one better. Press the digitation. Oh.
Alright, that's fine. Whatever. Ajax is going inside. And he's gonna fake go to sleep.
Let Karasilla handle this,
Yeah,
okay?
press the digitation, mending, whatever needs to be done to make it seem less suspicious. It's done.
All right.
And then we live.
Sounds good.
So we're not gonna be going after Cecily and Renchi until
we
we get to
are.
the
Well,
lift.
we have to go to the meeting, yeah.
All right.
So we have to just play it safe.
So with that, all of you return to camp. You clean it up as best you can. And you return to the cabin. You get what rest you can, knowing that your companions are separated from you, but you know that you're going to try to do everything you can to get them back. However, instead of staying with all of you, we are going to cut to Renchi and Cecily.
I do just have a quick question. Would this
Yeah.
qualify as a short rest or a long rest at all?
You
What
guys
we
get a
get
long
after that?
rest. Mhm.
Okay. Just for some abilities. I'm done.
So, go ahead and come back to the road to the left. So, Cecily and Renchi, both of you can feel how sore you are as you begin to sort of crick your neck and angle yourself up. You can see the other 2 people in the cart have been awake for a moment now. They were whispering as you awoke and stopped as soon as they saw both of you begin to move. The one man, the Earth Genasi man, soil all over his skin, a soil color with moss covering where his beard would be in this sort of thick, coarse black hair. He says, "Well, I'm happy to see that the 2 of you have finally woken up. Welcome. Sure you're here for similar reasons that we are." As Cecily and Renchi When you wake up, you try and move, but you don't have that much mobility. You're able to right yourself, but on your wrists, there are shackles etched with arcane runes, and on your throat, a similar shackle with similar runes. Cecily, as you try and reach for your sorcerer intrinsic magic, you find nothing as you're cut off from it. Renshi, the same for you. Any of your Eladrin magic that you would pull on, it's gone. You can't reach for it.
You know any more about this shit than we do?
I wish I did. You are either on the... excuse my language, but the supposed shit list of Father Toroshi, or of Takumi Fujita. Because that's where we were. My name's Hiroshi Tanaka.
And Renshi, you would recognize that name. This is a military commander. In fact, one of the best in Shiroi. An Earth Genasi man, and I'll go ahead and share his art. It's AI generated. I didn't need to say that, but it's a little easy to tell because he does not look as Earth Genasi as I want him to, but it's okay.
Can you put his name in chat too?
Yeah.
Also for that other person that they're saying, like not Hiroshi, but the other person.
Oh, yes. Okay. Takumi Fujita. And you can see the woman right next to him speaks up and says, the older woman, long white hair, pointed elven ears. Yes, hopefully you're not on the disappointment list of Father Toroshi. However, considering how easy that is, I don't know if I would exactly be surprised. My name is Ayame Suzuki, or Lady Suzuki, as most call me. And you would know Renshi, Lady Suzuki, as well. She is the most famous inn and tavern owner in Adarashi, where not just in Shiroi, but in Opokami and in Akai, she owns a collection of chains everywhere. And I'll share her.
Lady Hiroshi and Lady Suzuki. I can't believe you found yourselves here.
You and me both. And your names, if we don't mind.
I am Renshi Katsukami.
Oh, you can see both of their eyes light up. Very good then. So then you came here to save us then, right?
Well, that wasn't my original intention, but it is the mission now.
You can see Hiroshi, he kind of lets out a short laugh and says,
Well, hopefully you have something good. We're locked up, arcane magic barred from being used. I believe they're taking us to the lift. However, the roads are a little rough for what I anticipated, and for what the road to the Great Lift is. I think they might have some other way up into the city.
They're headed to the Grand Lift, the same route the caravan's taking?
That's what I thought, at least. But the path that is typically taken from Namiura to the lift is a smooth one. It's meant to be as enjoyable as possible for the more flowery individual. But this is something different. And at that moment, all of you hit a bump in the road, a large boulder, but you move past. Like that. That's not normal.
The underpass.
He kind of looks to you. How does a girl that looks like she's from Jormungandr know about that? As he nods, and not with distrust, but with like, okay, all right, I see you, kind of tone to his voice.
Maybe, perhaps, could be the underpass. But that means they'd be taking us through the outlaw city, and I don't know who these people are, but I don't know if that's exactly what their play is here.
And the Lady Suzuki, she says, and your name, young girl?
Sherry and Lararia.
Well, Sharia, I'm sorry you've ended up in this situation.
If we get these off me, she'll rattle on her wrists. I will be very useful. I've known this guy about 2 hours, but we'll think of something.
Well, young girl who knows about the underpass through the mountains, I believe you. I'm not too shabby myself with a sword, if I can get my hands on one. And Lady Suzuki says, and I don't think I'm quite the magician you are, but I have a few tricks up my sleeves if I get these off me as well.
Well, Renshi, I think that's step one. Good news is we're at least not headed off the trail. Well, for now we are, but overall.
Have we stopped at all? Have gods checked in on us yet? Is there
No.
any sort of routine that we can take advantage of?
No. Whoever is steering this cart either doesn't need to sleep, or there's two of them. All I know is the individual that came to my camp. A young man, longer black hair, wearing robes of the Akai tradition. He had so much anger in his eyes. And I could have swore, it was dark, but I could have swore plates of porcelain embedded into his face. It was a nightmare. Yeah. I'm very sorry, Lady Suzuki. For me, I didn't see the same man that she did. Mine was a woman. A drow. The blade she wielded was something I'd heard about from the Old Kingdom, the Order of the All-Seeing. It was a blade of energy, unlike anything I've seen before.
So not the nicest people.
No, not the nicest people. You got that right.
Well, what's new? Who are these people you say we might be on the shit list for? I kind of just got here. Fish out of water.
Of course, on my end, That would be Takumi Fujita. Tsukima is well, I used to consider him a war hero. He fought alongside me long ago during the first attack against the Onis on Namiura. He's a great warrior. He fought many of them single-handedly. He defended the governor's home, and I considered him a brother in arms. Over the past few months, I'd noticed things changed in him. That glint in his eyes was gone. It was all shadow. No longer touched by the gods, I could tell he was twisted in some way, nervous more often. They came to me one night, asking for his support as leader of Clan Shiroi. I confronted him about his glint, about that loss of a spark he had, and he got angry. He threatened me. He tried to extort me, threaten me with lies that weren't true, to get me to bend to what he wanted. I tell you, I was not having any of that. I told him that as soon as we got to Kazunaka, he was being reported to the guards there, stripped of all his titles and duties, and there would be no seat of power for him in the future. Suppose he has friends in pretty high places then. For me, I think it was mostly Father Taroshi. Before he had lofty ideas of marrying Empress Suen, he tried to court me long ago. It was just for my wealth. I denied him each and every single one of his advances, and I think he had a little bit of a grudge against that. I did tell... You see, I get migraines quite frequently. It is stressful what I do, and I seek help. There's a healer, Yumi Saito. Frequently, I would get help from her in Namiura. And even right before we left, I sought help from her. In fact, her line can be traced directly to the seat of Clan Shiroi. She would have claim to it, should she want it. I told her of Father Taroshi's advances and how I thought he would be an absolute terrible leader should he marry Empress Suen. I built trust in the girl. You would think you could trust an Asamar of all people. But perhaps she told.
Well, sometimes the ones that look like devils end up being the best people. Sure, it goes the other way too. Alright, well... I've never met any of those people. So I'm not sure what kind of shit list I would be on. And she'll look to Renshi, just kind of prompting if that got any sort of response from him.
Actually, during this time, Joe, Renshi will be looking around at the cart, seeing if there's anything, windows, broken, any vulnerability in the cart itself to take advantage of, or anything at all.
Yeah, in the cart itself, I'm not going to have you roll just because, I mean, these carts are ironclad. The only exit point is in the back. There is a large door that is meant to be sort of raised up as opposed to out, to allow easy transfer of the materials that would be in here. as these are typically used for storing either vast treasures, like gold, pieces of art, or you know that Lady Suzuki is known to store her richer liquors and alcohols in these carts when transporting them because they are extremely valuable.
All right. That was useless, I guess. Yeah, Renshi's gonna just say, there are dark tendrils making their way through every part of our country. It seems more evident now than ever. So, Cecily, I guess we are all kind of on a shit list one way or another.
Are you saying that name out loud?
Shoo. I wouldn't have meant to, but I guess I accidentally said it, so...
It's okay. If Renshi would
No,
have...
I did not intentionally.
Yeah, okay. So then, Carrion.
Hey, Mark isn't level 12 either. It's cool. I'm not that cool. Alright. She'll nod.
So, you continue, but eventually you stop. You can hear a voice, an Oni, low and guttural, as it speaks as you approach wherever your destination is.
Prepare the lift.
As you can hear mechanical movement. Not grand, but rather minuscule. Clinking back and forth and back and forth. As the gates open, you can hear them creak. The cart rides in. And you feel this elevator begin to shake and rock as you begin to rise. The elevator goes for probably 3 or 4 hours. Rising, and rising. Till eventually, you can feel the cage that you're in begin to warm. As you know the sun has risen, shining on this metal box, almost acting like an oven for all of you as you sit in it. Cecily, you are a small person. You have rather small wrists. As the sweat begins to build, you can feel a looseness where you might be able to get out of this and gain some of your magical power back if you go through the unfortunate process of dislocating your thumb. You would be able to snap it, and you'd be able to pull your hand out of the handcuff.
So she's gonna have that thought process, have her hand here, and just kind of... Okay. First, everybody give me a sec. And she's gonna shimmy, and how bound am I again? Is standing an option?
Not really, no. You can kind of because you're bound by your neck, there's a chain to the wall, and then your hands are chained. So like you have a little bit, actually, you know, you probably could stand. It would just be really like where you're leaning back a bit as you stand.
All right. Katara vibes.
Okay.
I'm gonna start working out.
Okay, all right.
I want to generate a bunch of sweat.
Okay.
And she's gonna look at the other 3 who I'm sure are confuddled, and just say, throw some warm shit at me. I don't know, blankets, whatever.
Okay, yeah. You can see Both of them have cloaks on. Both of the older Shiroi nobles, they both throw their cloaks at you as you put them on. They're heavy, they're woolen. It causes you to sweat so much more.
Yeah, her head is like underneath
Yeah.
the cloak.
Okay.
She's just all right. Yeah, she's going to just be dancing wildly and doing fan kicks in the air. Maybe even like picking herself up like Olympic rings and just like bicycle kicking.
Okay.
She'll do that for another 5 minutes until she's just miserable. I'm like, okay.
Cecily, you can hear the lift stop.
Shit. Renshi? You probably know how to hurt people. How do I dislocate my own thumb?
I'll go ahead and break it for you.
Oh,
or
Jesus.
dislocate it for you.
Okay, so she'll just like, all right, I'm just not gonna look. Just hold her hand over.
Okay. Cecily, as he snaps your thumb, you take 5 points of damage.
Okay, so I've not recovered, so I'd be at 14, down to 9.
Correct.
Sweet.
But
Single
with
digits,
that,
baby.
you are able to pull your hand out, and you can feel this surge of arcane magic within you. You still have a couple of them on, so your power is limited in this moment, but I'd say probably up to 4th level spells you have access to right now.
Well, priority number 1 then.
You can hear the driver get off the cart and start to walk backwards towards the exit, or towards the back of the cart.
I'm gonna test a theory, Joe. Misty Step is a 2nd level spell. If I just Misty Step a foot in front of myself, do the cuffs stay on the wall?
Do they stay on the wall, or like you come out of them?
Like they wouldn't travel with me, right? If I Misty Step out of their location.
So yes and no. So as you Misty Step, the other cuff on your hand vanishes. As it doesn't vanish, as you vanish, and the cuff sort of drops and swings. Renshi, we'll say that you grab it so it doesn't make a large clattering noise as the guards, as the rider or the driver's getting back here. You grab it. Cecily, as you Misty Step, the neck stays on. However, it's no longer connected to the chain, but you don't feel it stopping your magic from flowing. You're not sure exactly what the collar does, but you feel your entire arcane power surge back into you as you can hear the guard reaching for a key and unlocking it and getting ready to open the gate to this cage.
All right, I have time to possibly help out Renshi rather than ready an attack here. I want to know how sturdy these chains look. Because I don't know if I'm going to be able to get them out of the cuffs, but I can at least unchain them from the wall.
I mean, to withstand a normal amount of humanoid strength, but I mean, if somebody did have like a 20 in strength, they could probably pry off the walls. Pry them off the...
Well, with my 8 in strength, I'm going to twin cast Shocking Grasp and just grab both chains and just like try to rip them apart.
Yeah, sure. As you are able to, right at the base, as you twin cast it, as you rip and pull, you can feel the metal just fragment and shatter. As Renshi, your cuffs are also broken off, as you can feel that Eladrin magic surge back into you, and you can feel your connection to your blade return. Now, the blade is outside. It is on the driver's seat. Outside. You can feel your connection to it, though.
I will summon it back.
You summon it back, and the driver is not next to the seat, so he does not know that it's gone. So with that, you summon the blade back, and you can both hear the chains being removed from the back and the door begin to open.
All right, I'm gonna just ready lightning bolt Just stand at the back.
Okay. You can see the two older Shiroin nobles. They just sort of like lean back into a corner, trying to avoid the crossfire.
Mm-hmm. Smart.
Okay. So you ready lightning bolt? Renshi, what are you doing?
I am going to. I will just prepare a normal attack for when they open.
Okay.
Or just stand ready to attack them.
Okay. Alrighty. So, as you do, as this creature opens the cage up, lifting it and pushing it up, because of how the doors open, the last thing he sees is the two of you free. As he lifts it open, you can see the dull blue skin of the Oni, its incredibly large form, its eyes shoot open wide. As both of you have a temporary moment of blindness as the sun is shining directly into the cart. Only the brief amounts of shadow from the Oni's form covering it up, but what you can see is that 5 feet away from him is the edge of a massive cliff. A drop that is thousands upon thousands of feet down. As he has just opened it, Renshi, you have an attack. Go ahead and make an attack for me, and then Cecily, go ahead and roll your lightning bolt damage.
Cool.
All right.
We'll say this was with advantage because you're surprise round.
Okay.
Gonna empower that for sure. 1, 2.
What the heck?
Okay, 15 just hits.
All right, let's go. I'm going to use 2 hands for this.
Okay, nice.
34 lightning damage there.
Okay,
No,
30.
just 12.
There, you said 2 hands, so 16.
Oh yeah, why did it roll a D8? I clicked the wrong one there.
Yeah, I don't know. It rolled a d10 also, so they're both there. Okay. So, with that, the two of you unleash. As Renshi, you bring the sword down Cecily as you strike with the lightning bolt. You can see it wrap around the blade as Renshi, your strike follows through with the might of Cecily's lightning bolt. And the two of you have a feeling that maybe next time you could do this, you could do it with a little bit more coordination, and there might be some additional boon you receive from the attack. Which you see here as you swing the sword into him with the force of the lightning bolt and the swing of the sword, as opposed to just taking the damage. He did fail, so he takes full damage and then also is knocked back 15 feet from the might of the magic and the sword swinging together as the Oni as just flung off the side of the cliff. However, Cecily, not knowing what is behind him, the bolt flies out and you hear it fray chain.
Oh.
You can hear chain begin to unravel as all of you begin to shift and lurch, as you can feel the lift beginning to give weight as load-bearing, weight-bearing chains have just been broken. You have 2 people that are currently contained. You can feel the lift begin to move. You can see the cart is beginning to slide down, and you can hear more guards saying, "What's happening? What? Prisoners, they've broken free! They've broken free!"
Renshi, cut him out. I'm gonna make it get away.
All right. You said someone with 20 strength could probably break these
Yeah.
chains, right? I'm going to go in and I'm going to break this off.
Okay, all right.
And I want to see really quick, do we see outside at all to see if there's any like safe position in this moment?
There is you have to run a little bit to get to it, but there is like a wooden platform that the elevator came up in, and that is what is beginning to give way. But just like 10 feet around the corner, there's solid stone ground where the karst opens. Does that make sense?
Okay, so we can just run there.
Yeah, you can just run there easy.
Safety's right there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna help them to their feet and
Okay.
push them away.
Okay.
All right. As we all run there, I don't know how many guards are around or what the path ahead looks like, but I am ready for all 4 of us to get on a Bigby's hand and just be carried away.
Okay. Alrighty, so are you going to do that so you're going up outside of the karst or through the caves that this elevator was stopping at?
Which route would be less visible to the voices we hear?
Going up the mountain outside of the caves.
Let's do that then. It's a fly speed of 60 feet.
Okay.
And it has, I think, 26 strength, so it should be able to hold all of us.
Okay, so with that, you, Renchi, you're able to break them free very easily. You conjure the Bigby's hand on the backside of behind the cart, and each one of you are just able to jump on one by one as the cart and the elevator begins to give way and shake and break and begin to fall, just piece after piece, crumbling, clattering thousands of feet below. As the 4 of you jump onto the Bigby's hand, and you begin to float up and up and up, free from your captors, but with no idea where to go. So, with that, we're going to go ahead and cut back to our companions at camp. So,
What a cool sequence.
as all of you wake up, you get into your cart that has arrived from you. I'm assuming Kara's still going for seeming again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same
All
thing.
right. Sounds good to me. So, you do.
Are we disguising Ajax as Remchi instead?
Yeah. Right, I think that's what it
yeah.
was, yeah. Okay. So, easy enough. You do just that. And begin to head in that direction. So, loading into your cart, you begin to move. Now, the ride from where you were to the Great Lift of Kazanaka is a fairly short duration. It is maybe only a 6-hour journey, and then a 2-hour lift, and then you are there within the city, Kazanaka. So,
It's right at the 8 hours of seeming. Let's go.
yeah, there we go.
Wait, hold on. We can just get in our cart without people seeing, right? Like,
Correct, yeah.
yeah, so maybe not seeming yet, seeming when we actually need to be out somewhere. Because otherwise
Okay.
it's 6 hours where we're just wasting it.
It's a good point.
So yeah.
Okay. Those 6 hours go by rather undisturbed. The driver eventually shows up, asks from outside of the cart if all of you are ready. You affirm that you are, and you ride. You do so for those full 6 hours. No guards stop you. Nobody comes to talk to you. We then move now, as all of you approach, traveling along the winding path that hugs the side of the towering karst. You can see this colossal structure, this marvel of engineering and magic is built into the very stone of the karst itself. You can see these weathered wooden platforms large enough to carry hundreds of carts at a time. They are connected to an intricate system of ropes and pulleys that disappear into the stone above. This lift is a natural extension of the karst itself. The air vibrates with the creaks and groans of the wooden mechanism as they strain under the burden. It is a testament to the countless journeys they have facilitated. The scent of damp earth and ancient wood mingles with the aroma of moss, a fresh green smell that speaks to the oldness of this place. Although the lift seems rugged, you know that it will get you where you need to go. As all of you approach the Great Lift, Kazanaka. So, one by one, carts are loaded in. You can see that there is a check that is done for each cart as they pass. A group of probably 25 guards sit and wait at the entrance of the lift, checking each cart, checking each group, making sure that there are no stowaways, making sure that there are no illegal contraband, that everything is as it should be going into the karst cities. Eventually, all of you arrive. The guard stops and moves around to the back, and at this point, Carasilla, good call to activate seeming.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine we could hear it's happening to the other cards in front of us, so yeah.
Okay. Didn't know you were
we'll
going to try some risky plays.
No, I'm good with that.
We don't know where they went. We're the new guys. So, a guard comes around. This time you can see a dwarvish individual, hair very finely trimmed, woven with different pieces of metal. As you can see, they approach the back and say, hey, excuse me, we're going to be doing a small check to each one of your passes, and on top of that, we're going to be searching your cart for any contraband or illegal items entering the city. Could I see all of your passes, please?
Of course.
Boom.
Thank you. Thank you. This is cart, and you see they look down. Cart 98. It says on my log here that there was an individual traveling with you. Two, in fact, that are not currently with you.
Yes. They unfortunately had to turn around back to Namiura. One of
Yes.
them fell sick, and so the other escorted them for safety.
Oh, okay.
Figured it'd be quicker than worrying about trying to find help in the cast.
And then, I mean, Carousel, that is a convincing enough lie. I'm not going to have you roll for deception. That'll just work. Oh, well, I'm very sorry to hear that. You are, yes, all of you are traveler. Well, you two, pointing to Ajax, disguised as Renshi, and Suna, disguised as Shimada Suna, will sort of look up. You two should know proper protocol, right? I have on my notes here from the guard at the Pass Bureau that you, Shimada, right? You are their guide. It is customary, especially during festive times, that if anyone departs from the convoy, you let the guard officers know so we can keep a proper transcript of individuals. The thing we're trying to avoid is stowaways, which I think you could all understand. Yes?
Of course.
Oh, all right. There's no need to be nervous. This is just a routine check. That's all.
Who's talking to you, mate? Renshi? Yeah?
I thought Carousel was doing the talking for all of us.
I thought he was directing it at
Wait,
Renshi.
what?
Okay, fucking
No,
okay.
he was
what
talking
time?
to Suna, wasn't he?
Talking
said
generally
Renshi,
to
he
all of
said-
you.
Wasn't it?
He said to the guy.
Oh, right,
All right.
yeah, okay.
And so,
Talking shit to me.
the last question that I have is a rather uncomfortable one. You said that, so this would be your two companions, Sherarian and Ralph, correct?
That'd be correct.
And you see they shut the book and they put it in their arm as they put their arms behind their back. Well, I have rather unfortunate news for all of you. When you arrive in Kazanaka, I'm going to have to ask that all of you make a stop within the city itself. The Kazanaka Law Guild, I'm going to request that all of you stop there upon your first arrival. They will have some questions for you there. This is not incriminating to any of you at all. Please understand that. It's just that, you see, they sort of think about their words. We believe that your traveling companion was caught conspiring with a rather dangerous individual.
we received confirmation given to us by a description of one of the guards on patrol last night that Ralph was seen in communication and conspiring with a wanted criminal from the old kingdom of Bella Clara. Now, I do not know if this is something you knew about your friend, and she's gonna look around, and I'd like everybody to make deception checks with advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Carousel, she's doing this. It's gonna be like, absolutely aghast. God.
Are you sure deception? Is that the skill you want to choose?
Deception
hold on.
Deception or performance as you're trying to.
Both mine are
Carousel,
0.
Okay, cool. I got a negative.
Carousel give Ajax the bardic.
Yeah, that's fine.
Rolling already, is it? Oh no. Yeah. Okay. So at least I can help with that because I feel like you're worse than Bianca, right?
I mean, he has a
-1.
negative.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
I would like to give I want to give Ajax
Did
my.
you say that we can also do persuasion as well, like deception or persuasion?
Deception or
he
performance?
said performance.
Oh,
They're both a
performance. Okay, that's
-1.
even better.
Okay, Ajax,
I'm taking your name.
I'm giving you Fate's Decree because I thought I was gonna take it, but it's all you, buddy. Reroll that.
What does that
shit.
mean? Oh,
You can
okay.
reroll.
And then
Yeah, it'll be better.
And you still have the bardic on top of it as well.
Bardic, okay. Roll the Bardic.
Oh my god!
It's a D10. Could make it.
Alright.
I don't know.
Yeah,
You want me to roll
for
for
sure.
Suna, Joe?
For sure.
Oh, yeah.
11?
That's not gonna be great. Probably for her. Sorry, I'm looking for her.
Yeah, I'm
Where's
sure
that
not.
NPC, Suna. Come on, Suna, let's surprise us all. Where is it? Deception. She's got
Frenchie's
+1.
weirdly 3 feet taller right now.
Is it just one bard checking in on us? Just what's the
It's
stat
just
here?
one.
Okay, cool.
All right,
Pull him
no
in
reason.
hammer time.
Gemma,
that's
I
all
think
I'm
you
saying.
need to do something.
Soon
This
with
is not
advantage.
good.
Advantage.
Oh, right.
Yep.
Right.
Huh.
11. And then for Suna.
I love that Cecily
14.
and Renchi are like, they're kicking ass. They're fucking getting out of the scenarios. We can't even fucking talk.
Well, one of us can.
Shut up.
Well, hey,
I know
to
I
be
can't
fair, they had to get their asses kicked pretty thoroughly right before that, so they needed redemption. Yeah,
we're
Cameron-
mentally getting our asses kicked right now.
Cameron made a brilliant call by playing tugs. This is best way to get through social encounters.
What we need is charisma, though.
Yeah, 20. Hey, he's using it.
Who of our charisma people?
No, puppy dog eyes. Tugs.
You can see, and
Talk
keep
us
in
out of
mind,
your
this is
tugs.
not an individual thing. This is a group check, okay?
That still doesn't make me feel better.
I raised the
doesn't.
average, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, you and
I
Suni
lowered
both. As you can see, she sort of looks to you and she lingers on Renchi and Drissel a little bit longer. You know what? Never mind. I'm sure all of you have been through it enough, and that was worse enough news to receive. So please just stop by the Law Guild whenever you get the chance upon your arrival. Check in at your inn or tavern or wherever you're staying first, but please head there as soon as you can. And, let's see. To, Anzi, right? Looking to you, Carasilla.
Turn up.
And, Tugs.
Tugs.
How about you two just try and keep those ones out of trouble when you get into the car city, all right?
Fucking Tugs!
Tugs is responsible.
God, Ajax, we
Well,
suck.
I don't think
Tugs
that
will lick his
we'd want
eye.
to be.
Sorry.
I don't think we'd want to be involved with any trouble. I mean, I feel last night I heard something. There wasn't.
Oh,
Something hasn't happened, has it?
please, no, do not worry yourself with that. We have it all under control. We already have the suspects tracked down, and
Oh, and gods, you don't think that Ralph was one of those, would you?
I don't know. I'm so sorry. I wish I had more information for you. The Law Guild will have something, at least. The last thing we want people to do is go into the festival upset or sad. This is a time of rejoicing and festivity.
So please enjoy yourself in Kazanaka, and I'm sorry for any feelings you're currently having. Please try and distract yourself with the festivities, okay?
Right, well, it is still alarming nonetheless, but we will try to enjoy ourselves after all of it.
Wonderful, wonderful. And to you, Shamada, please try and remember Shiroan customs. We do things a very specific way here, and I understand from my notes you're from Akai, but please, if you are going to try and lead them through here, just try a little bit better, okay? Yes, sorry. Sometimes I get my wires crossed. Not a problem at all. Well, please, then, the rest of you enjoy your stay, and enjoy the festival in Tuskegee when you get there. They're clear. Go ahead. And with that, all of you load up into the cart, and it begins. There are these large, heavy heaves as all of you begin to ascend the great lift of Kazanaka. So, with that, we're going to go ahead and cut back to our other group, as all of you have successfully made it up the into the great lift as you begin your ascent. Now, for you two, you are very high. Very, very, very high up in the air. So high where you cannot even see the canopy of trees anymore, as they are so far away. You begin to rise, and Cecily steering Bigby's hand, you do see a small cave inlet, where it seems as though you might be able to get your feet on the ground. And you might be able to at least have a moment to think and talk outside of the wind.
Okay. I can cast that again later, but it doesn't last for very long each time, so we can't exactly fly away. So anybody got a plan from here? And she's just gonna kind of be looking over the edge like, oh no.
How long have we been floating on that hand?
How long does Bigby's hand last?
Yeah, let me check that concentration time, because, that. 1 minute.
Okay, so you...
So we just went...
for a minute.
We probably, at the last second, she found a ledge and was like, everyone get off! And just, the hand cupped.
Kind of like stumble in.
Yeah. So she's just laying there like this, all bloody and sweaty and tired and scared out of her mind.
You can see Hiroshi and Lady Suzuki, they both are out of breath, sort of laying on the ground. Oh, well, we are, at least I am very appreciative of what you were able to accomplish, but hopefully next time we can have a bit more of a softer landing. I don't know if that's in the works, but it's perhaps something we should work on.
I can tell you, Renshi, our friends probably have made a bit of progress trying to find us at this point. I don't know if they found out wherever we were supposed to be going, but if they did, that's where they'd be headed, and I don't have any way of contacting them. That's something I leave up to the Bard, so... Not really sure what to do.
Joe, from the cave, can we see any of... Like, what can we see from the cave right now?
So right now, it is an endless amount of options of tunnels and paths to descend into. There is not one path forward. It splits off into 5 or 6 directions, and those split off even further. Some of the passageways open up into larger caverns, while others seem to be these tight, narrow corridors where you would have to like shimmy through and hope you don't get jabbed by a rock as you pass through it. But there is no sign of people, whether it be the city of Kazinaka or any more of those dark guards anywhere.
Yeah, I suppose they won't find us here. What would your friends do if they saw us missing? Where would they go?
Well, one of them's pretty good at tracking, so they'd probably start doing that. One of them's really good at bluffing and lying, so they'd probably get some info that way. If I had to guess, they'd be on our trail.
Mhm.
Up until now. That lift she'll turn to the other two. That lift we just used wasn't the grand lift, right?
No, it wasn't.
So if they're still with the caravan, it's not like they're gonna run into a broken lift.
Mhm.
Well,
Real quick, Renshi, I'd like you to do a history check for me real quick. An 8. You don't recall any specific texts or tomes that you would have read, but you're very well studied. I mean, with a +6 modifier, you don't not brush up on history. You know that there are 2 types of sort of smuggler holes within the Karst cities. There are those that are used by the outlaws that were used to smuggle contraband into the city. A lot of them have been forgotten over the years. But then there are also those that were used by members of your order. Long ago, back when it was the way of the 4th season. Back when it was supposed to be an order that fought for the light. So you do know that in one way, shape, or form, light may be able to guide you here. Might be able to.
And that is the 4th season. They traversed these paths where smugglers have also been using. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so well, there's 2 separate paths. The ones that were used exclusively by the way of the 4th season before they were corrupted by the Dark One. Light is sort of a through line or a guiding marker. The smugglers use some of those, but a lot of the times they just made their new pathways for more direct routes to where they needed to go. But they've been long abandoned.
I'll convey this and continue on with saying, I haven't seen such paths, but perhaps I can guide us through them if we need it.
well, it's better than nothing.
Yes,
I don't know where the fuck we are.
And I can tell you right now, I do not want to die on a cliffside. So, young master, if you would be willing to lead us, I, for one, would be very appreciative.
Well, if everyone's rested and doing well, I'll guide us.
Before we go.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll kind of sit up. How much longer do you think the 4 of us are going to be stuck together?
think we'll be with each other for quite a while. And we'll definitely have to protect each other.
Okay, then. Then I have to trust you. So, Hiroshi, Suzuki, this is the last of my ends of bread. May it take care of you on the road. They're not gross. I just, I keep them tucked away. And she'll hand a half to each of them. Seems like rice is the main thing here, but yeah, what can I say? Grew up on wheat.
You can see Hiroshi, the older man, says, "Thank you very much. This must be like a Jormungandr version of Concha, so thank you."
We could call it that. And she'll lean to Renchi. I don't know what Concha is. And she'll lean back to the whole group. Second thing. The others are probably gonna be upset at this, but I think we need to make as many allies here as we can, and this seems like a pretty good place to start. My name isn't Sharian Luraria. It's an alias I'm using to get around. I'm Cecily, daughter of Tyr.
Jormungandr indeed, then. Well, Cecily, thank you for your honesty. And I promise you it falls on trusting ears. You must be... I don't know if excited or nervous is the right word for it, then. Considering who is in the city.
What do you mean by that?
You can see Lady Suzuki kind of look to him and look back to you. Well, I would assumed you would have heard already. There are two of Jormungandr that are in Kazanaka. Thrud, daughter of Thor, as well as Heimdall.
Oh. Both at once, huh? Fan-fucking-tastic.
Hiroshi leans over to Suzuki. Must not be good news then.
It's mixed news. Alright. Well. First we gotta get there alive. So I'm gonna take all of my emotions about that and just do a little boop and a little bit of bop. And deal with them later. Alright. Renchi, if we ever need to fly around again, just let me know. Otherwise, go ahead. Cool sword,
Alright.
by the way. I was kind of surprised it did the lightning thing.
I was surprised as well, and I'm sorry about your thumb, but it was good thinking.
Yeah. Took one for the team. When does it go back? That's a dumb question. It needs to be put back. How do I put it back? Ow.
Take 1
Do I
point of
take
damage,
5?
Cecily. You
Okay.
take 1 point.
Alright. Just one this time? That's
just
that's
one.
generous. Alright. 8 HP.
I'm sorry, it's just... I found it's always better when they don't tell you. You can just rip off the Band-Aid.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we go then?
Oh, yep, she'll get up and stretch. You know, just like every bone in her spine just creak. Pain.
Okay. Alrighty. So, with that, you begin to move. Now, as I said, Renshi, you have a feeling that light could be able to navigate you through this area. So, what are you doing for light?
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure if it'll work this way, but we're going to try it.
Oh,
Let's see if you'll let me.
okay.
So, I'm not exactly sure how long we're going to be in here, but I think I would like to go ahead and try my hand at using one of the Blade's season abilities. And what I want to do is use Summer's Blade, which would deal fire damage in combat, but I'm sure that it would offer some sort of light in this situation.
Yeah. So you channel the flame, the essence of summer into the blade, and you can see it begins to illuminate. And you can see that markings along the wall begin to glow, guiding your path. As you can see, symbols for each one of the seasons repeated over and over again, etched roughly into the stone that begin to glow with life. Hues of red and blue, green and yellow, guiding you along your way. So, you follow this path. And you can hear things off in the distance as Renshi, you have where are you at here? Passive perception of 18. Cecily, you do not hear this, but Renshi, with your passive perception of 18, you would hear whisperings, guards, hurried movement, people moving throughout these cavernous holes in the karst. You can hear them whispering back and forth to each other, their voices barely audible from the echoes of the cave.
We have to find them. Do you know what will happen to us if we don't? Wow. And that abomination? I mean, the two of them, yes, we do need to find them. They need to be at the bathhouse by tomorrow night. If they are not there, I don't want to think what will happen if they're not there. So we need to find them, all right?
With that, the voices trail off. As Renshi, you have heard of this place. It is the Misthaven Bathhouse, the largest one in Kanzenaka.
Did you all hear that?
No, but I'm usually not the first one.
Mm-hmm. They're looking for us. But it seems whoever's sending them, they want us at the bathhouse in Kazunaka, Misthaven Bathhouse. I've heard of it.
So,
Whoever... Bless.
If my friends have heard of that, then that's where they're going to be looking for us, right?
Maybe. That seems to be where they were bringing us. But it is also where they mentioned the drow, which one of you said you've met, and an abomination. If they are there, and they want us there, should we actually go there?
That is a damn good question. If we don't show up, I wonder which side we're fucking up more. She'll look to the other two more polite companions that we have.
Mhm.
I just want to be clear, we don't all talk like this in the West. This is a unique thing. I don't want to be misrepresenting. I just swear a lot.
You can see Lady Suzuki says, No, believe me, I really fucking understand right now, okay?
Okay, good.
Not
yeah,
where I
no,
want to
so
be either.
we can all do that. Yeah, we're all in a dusty ass cavern being hunted by porcelain people. We can all just okay. This fucking sucks.
Hiroshi sort of looks to Lady Suzuki and says, I won't judge the two of you, but I will not be partaking.
Good to know. Good to know.
Well, nonetheless, we definitely need to meet up with the others. Going to the bathhouse on our own, I'm afraid it will just be a repeat of what happened to us first. Maybe even worse. But
Do you think they wanted me or they wanted your sword? I mean, the soulmongers were there. Those devils. They usually just gather people for hire. At least that's what I was told, but the Oni. Which do you think they're actually after?
you've all made a name of yourselves. And there is a big price on your head. You all are definitely big targets. And while I may not have been their main target, this sword could still be of a great advantage to them. So I'm not sure if they wanted the sword, but I know they wanted you. And I know they want the others.
Alright. Just trying to get a sense of what we're walking into, but oh well.
Righty. So, with that, you continue your movement throughout the caves, following them for as long as they go, until eventually, around
the same time, each of you, each group, exits out in their respective areas. On one side of the city, near the higher peaks, Renshi, Cecily, along with your two companions, exit out near these roaring waterfalls. That torrent, these sheets of water down that can be heard so incredibly far from where you are. But also there are these intense amounts of steam that is being given off from these incredibly hot waterfalls. You can see the water pours directly into these large buildings, which you assume to be the bathhouse. For our other companions, though, you enter on the other side of the city, near where the great lift lets you off. Immediately as the elevator settles and sits, carts begin to load off, and you begin to pass through. As you can see, the city, Kazanaka, in all its splendor and glory, in front of you. So, immediately, as all of you enter the main group here, not those that were separated, your cart is moved. It is unloaded to a degree, and all of you are escorted off. The city of Kazanaka is open to you. However, as all of you begin to make your way into the city, not knowing exactly where to go, just knowing that you need to go somewhere else, whether it be to the bathhouse, whether it be the law office, whether it be to find a tavern to go sit in and wait to try and think of a plan. Before that can happen, there is a voice that shouts out. As none of you had quite noticed the individual, as there is so much noise surrounding all of you. As you hear,
I'm sorry. Do my eyes deceive me? Because I think I hear an old friend.
and do any of you turn around?
Yeah, just to see who's talking.
As you turn around, Ajax, you make eye contact with a man that you have not seen in some time. As you see long blonde hair, wearing formal warrior's armor and two glinting golden eyes. But most importantly, around his waist, you see a bright, beautiful, glinting horn. As you see, Heimdall. As he begins to walk towards you, you can see his eyes glint. And he looks to this depiction of Renshi and says,
Don't think I don't see who that is, friend. Gotta admit, I'm happy to see you, but also, well, wish circumstances were better.
Ajax is going to walk up to him. Well, Ajax is going to first give him a look of like, if I walk up to you, like, am I allowed to?
yeah.
It's kind of like a look.
He doesn't stop you.
So, yeah, he walks up to him and kind of gets closer and says,
It is good to see you again, friend. In these unlikely circumstances. Why are you here?
Oh. I was sent by Odin. I was sent to make sure Thrud didn't do anything stupid. Between you and me,
Thrud
friend,
is here.
she is.
Great.
And she's willing to pull a move like her dear old dad. Set this place on fire if it means you and your kin burning with it.
Well, I guess my first question is, does she also have the ability to see through our disguises?
No. Just me.
Good. I apologize for a meeting like this. It's been a while.
It has. Hey.
You can see he looks to you.
Something's different, isn't it?
Very. Maybe we should catch up. A lot of things have happened recently.
I agree.
Kind of looks back.
Is that them?
My friends, yes.
I mean the ones who killed Magni and Modi.
Oh, that. Yes. It is my understanding.
All right then. Well, got any preferences or leave it up to me?
On the meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how well do you know this city?
Well, been here for a couple of days now, so well enough.
Then better than me. You choose.
Not to interrupt. As much as we're all keen for a meeting, we do have other business I feel we should attend to first. Couple, actually. I fear that if we don't go to the guards early, they will be more suspicious than they already are. I think that's a matter that we'd rather settle first and have it follow us.
Very well.
But if you give us a place, we can obviously meet you there afterwards.
Well, I'm assuming you want something that's a little bit more hidden away, not so easy to find, considering you're...
Preferably. Do you have a way of contacting me?
Contacting you, no, but how about this? I'll get us a private room at the Whispering Falls Inn.
He looks up at the cliffside. It's right there. And probably 90 to 100 feet above, there is a staircase carved into the stone that leads up to a building that is sort of jutting out of the stone.
I'll get us a private room there.
Why didn't we say under Dal? How about that?
Dal. Good. We do have ways of contacting you, so we will let you know.
All right.
Good to see you again.
And as this has been happening, has anybody seemed nervous at all or gone to maybe like reach for their weapon instinctively as that's happened, or has it just been pretty neutral from everybody?
I mean, we're not Ajax, so there's no hammer times here.
First of all,
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty.
if
neutral. The only thing I was gonna say is like, Bianca would warn Heimdall that Cecily isn't in disguise and she's not currently with us. So if Thrud were to run into her or something like that, that could be a problem. Like we're not sure where Cecily's at, but like she's not disguised.
Aye, that would
Well, we
be...
know that she's going to be near the bathhouse, so I feel like
Right.
that avoid that area.
That would be, quite bad.
As we are going to go ahead and cut to
The
Renchi
bad.
and Cecily.
Uh-oh. Thrud's there.
As the two of you exit out near the bathhouse, the waterfall rushing down beside you, the steam hitting your face, clearing off some of the mud and guck that had and blood that had wound up on your face and on your clothes. It is refreshing. I mean, to say the least, it's a very beautiful city that you wound up in. As you begin to make your way down the cliffside and rejoining the people, Renchi, arm on your sword. The other two following right behind you, Cecily, all of you moving together. You integrate into the city itself. So my question to you is, are you making an effort to conceal yourself, or are you just moving?
Cecily is not disguised, but she did use an alias, right? Or
So the alias, Sharian Loraria, is usually a elven young man. So it is a disguise. So when she told the name to the two, she was just straight up lying just because she was like, I've known these people for 20 seconds. I'm not going to tell them that I have a 10,000 gold bounty on my head. But the passport thing that has Sharian on it is a different. It's like a different thing entirely.
yeah, I was just trying to make sure that, like, if Cecily is currently in disguise.
No, she can. She has alter self, so she can use that to basically replicate as thoroughly as possible the disguise that Carasilla gave everybody the first time with seeming. So she'll take Renchi's lead since he kind of knows where we are, and use it whenever it's appropriate. But alter self lasts an hour with concentration, whereas seeming, I believe, is 8.
Okay.
So it'll only be for an hour.
Okay. So are you doing that as soon as you integrate into the larger groups of people?
Yeah, if that's whenever Renchi says it's probably a good move, she'll
Okay.
do it.
When would Renchi tell her?
I mean, we need to look as normal as possible right now.
Yeah.
So, immediately once we start moving around in public, we should be in some sort of disguise. And if we need cleaned up, that would be like the first thing to do.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so Sharian Loraria is tan-skinned, wood elf, 19-year-old male,
Okay, so
lanky,
you're doing it?
slim fit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll do it.
Alrighty. So, as the four of you make your way into the city, integrating into the population, you decide, Cecily, in that moment to throw on the disguise. You could not have done it a moment sooner. As just barely, Renchi, you notice this, but you have no reason to worry about any person that matches this description. Cecily, you, however, do. Just as you throw the disguise up, as a clearing forms, this large woman, looking as if she had giant's blood running in her veins, standing probably 7.5, 8 feet tall, broad, muscular build. Slung around her back is this mighty axe. As she moves through, most people getting out of her way, you can see currently she has war paint decorating her face. She's wearing like chain mail armor linked with leather and these pleated leather waist guard in different streaks of red and white and gold. As, not on purpose, but on accident, she does end up hitting into your body, Cecily, knocking you back a little bit as you feel this tree trunk of a woman knock into you. And you can see she turns to you and says, "Oh, I'm very sorry. I did not see you there." And she gestures her hand out to help you up.
Cecily will lock eyes for a moment and just kind of, "It's all right. Just watch where you're going next time," and she'll get up on her own.
Of course. Apologies again. And she'll just keep moving.
Yeah, Cecily's gonna do the thing where she just kind of nods and looks normal, and then as soon as she does a 180, she's gonna like head down and just be like, "Fuck, quit," and just be like huffing it toward the rest of the group again.
Alrighty. So, with that, Cecily, Renchi, as you narrowly avoid what would have been another disastrous combat encounter for the evening, narrowly avoiding it, thanks to Renchi's wisdom and Cecily's magic, you're able to escape out into the city, Kazanaka, and I'll say, as we get near the end of tonight's session, Renchi and Cecily, as the two of you eventually get to a bridge, number 3 there on the map, you can see directly below you, the bridge directly below number 3, you can see a group of individuals matching the appearances that you know. However, there's one strange thing. Renchi, you are also down there. But you are standing here. So, as you look down to the Renchi below, and we'll say, Carasilla, with your ridiculously high passive perception, you sort of get this, I don't know, spidey sense as you look up above you, and you can see Renchi looking down at Renchi, and Sherry and Lurarian, of course. So, as the two of you finally, or as the groups of you finally reconvene, although a little bit of distance between you now, you have an idea. You know generally who's here, but with the unsettling element of the daughter of Thor, Thrud, and Heimdall. And as Thor told you, way, way, way back in Periton, if anything happens to Thrud, he will not hesitate to level every single city and person that you have ever loved, ever cared about. So on that cheery note, that's where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Woo! Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for the raid, by the way. That was so nice of you. There's an ad break right now, so that's unfortunate. Really apologize for that.
Yeah.
I didn't do that, if it's any consolation. So thanks for watching. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for a episode of Roll Call where we talk through, Ryan will be talking to Nick about Gak and his sort of character journey and arc. There will be no Isles next Saturday. Instead, go enjoy some theater like I will be doing. It'll be a good time. You can't go see the same show I'm gonna go see, but that's okay. Go see something else. Or if you can, I'll see you there. So there's that. Or next Tuesday for the Adventures of the Salamander Coast. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.